Just want to let you know we're on YouTube Live.
Hey, Chef Choi, what you eating?
Chili dog.
I saw you cooking up something there.
Yeah, I thought I'd fix up a quick dinner. Have you eaten yet, Nat?
Yeah, I'm coming over to your house to get some dinner.
Okay, come on over.
And it's not polite without offering the rest of us something.
That's right. And then he eats in front of us. That's what's so embarrassing.
The more I eat, the less you have to hear me play guitar.
Hey guys, your audio is being recorded on YouTube Live, so just be aware.
We do have a quorum. And it is 5 o'clock.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everybody to the open session to hear public comment before the closed session. Call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates.
Wake up, Nat.
Vice Mayor Bates. Councilmember Choi.
Hot dog, here.
Councilmember Johnson. Absent. Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember Myrick.
Here.
Councilmember Willis. Absent, and Mayor Butt.
Here.
And for the record, Vice Mayor Bates is present.
Yes, I'm here.
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. There's one case. Conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time unit, SEIU Local 1021 part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit, IFPTE Local 21 executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA. Conference with real property negotiators. The property is Terminal 3. Agency negotiators are Laura Snyderman and Jim Mazorkis. Negotiating parties, Terminal 3 partners and Silverado contractors and Argent Materials. Under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Second property is General Warehouse, Port of Richmond. Agency negotiators, Laura Snyderman and Jim Mazorkis. Negotiating party, Richmond Grown. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment. And we have one comment for closed session. A caller? Okay, just one.
Yes, I have Jim Hansen on the line. Jim, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Great, thank you. Hello, Mayor, members of the council, Jim Hansen, Richmond resident. We're noticing that another major port property that is the 20-acre Terminal 3 across from the Ford building is being discussed again by your council in closed session tonight. And I and others continue to be concerned that what appears to be no bid arrangements or negotiations or deals on major city assets should not be solely conducted in closed session. And you don't have to say this, we need the revenues. And locking up revenues without a bidding process on a major city asset potentially really affects all of our residents over a long period of time. So I'd like to ask that the council consider first assuring the of what widely conducted and marketing process was used to attract competitive bidders for Terminal 3. And secondly, that a bid process be proceeded with this particular property. I believe that partners that are being looked at have had what some would consider an inside track with the city, and this just doesn't look good at this time. One is basically has access to all the Point Melati properties, which was never done through a bid process competitively. And secondly, the other partner, I believe, was mentioned in front of your council, had information on the settlement agreement with Point Melati, as was previously described. So this just doesn't look right, and I think to assure everybody and assure the best revenue that you do proceed with the bidding process on this property. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have no more callers.
That concludes our comments.
Okay, with that, we are now adjourned to closed session.
Hey. Yeah, come on in.
You going to a meeting?
Yeah, we got a meeting going right now.
I thought you were going, I thought you guys do it in Skype.
No, we're doing it on Zoom.
No. You eat.
Yeah, I eaten already.
You sure?
Yeah.
You want to try another meeting?
Yeah. What you got?
Hey, Bruce.
Oh, okay.
54?
Yeah. Yeah, we got an executive board meeting right now.
Hey, Craig, are you there?
Yeah, Richard, go ahead.
What item are you coming in for?
What's that?
What item are you going to be talking?
Point Malate.
That's if it gets pulled, right, Craig? This is Shas.
Oh, I didn't. No one's talked to me about it.
Yeah, so I think you're fine.
Okay.
Or at least
that-
so far so good. They haven't done
I
a
know.
review yet.
Okay, I know Richard. Jim Hansen was talking earlier, but I haven't been contacted by anyone about pulling it.
Pomerade. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm standing by.
So Richard, I'm here with Nanette for E1. Yes, I think you're fine.
Hello.
Or at least so far so good.
Justine, are you there? Justine, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. You're in the meeting now.
Excuse me?
You're in the meeting.
First time appearance, yeah.
You may not be hearing me too well. You're in the meeting. We can hear you.
For some reason, you're breaking up.
We can hear you. So you're in the meeting.
All right. All right. Thank you.
No problem. Hey, Craig? Is Craig Murray
Yeah,
there?
go ahead, Richard. Yeah,
Uh,
go ahead, Richard.
do you have I got your part of your phone number. What is your area code?
510. I'm
Okay.
here in my cubicle, just on the phone rather than through the computer headset.
Oh, okay.
Are you good, or you want me to go on the computer?
I mean, no, I mean, just I want to make sure I unmute you at the right time.
Hold on. Did my item get pulled? I haven't heard.
Okay.
Richard,
Yes, I hear you.
did my item get pulled? I don't know
I have
if
no
it's
clue.
staying on consent.
I have no clue.
What's that?
They haven't started the meeting, so I have no clue.
Oh, got it. Okay. All right. So most likely it'll stay on consent unless it gets pulled.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Thanks. I'm standing by.
Your item number is H9.
It's 510-307-8188. That's
Okay,
the phone line.
Is that a cell number or is that a landline?
That's landline.
Oh, okay. I was going to text you. Okay, no problem.
Okay. All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, the mayor's here, so get ready. Oh. Yes.
I have to pay for anything,
Okay,
so I'm thinking about it.
here we go.
It looks like we have a quorum. Somebody tell me when we're ready to begin.
Are we ready, Richard?
Yes, we are ready.
We are ready. The time is 6:47.
Okay, welcome everyone to the special, well, starting with the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority tonight. Call the roll, please.
Vice Chair Bates,
Present.
Commissioner Choi,
Here.
Commissioner Johnson,
Here.
Commissioner Martinez,
Here.
Commissioner Myrick. Absent Commissioner Willis
Here.
and Chair Butt.
Here.
We'll check back with Commissioner Myrick. Okay.
No one called my name. This is Commissioner Jacine Scott
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott,
here.
thank you. Sorry about that. Next on the agenda, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Next, we'll have a report from the executive director.
Good evening, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thanks. So I have a few updates. Richmond Housing Authority and EAH Housing executed the exclusive rights to negotiate ERN agreement for Devon Plaza redevelopment. The Housing Authority and EAH held a residents meeting via Zoom on July 9th. It was attended for approximately 27 participants, including residents, community advocates, and city staff, as well as the Housing Authority of Contra Costa. We also held our monthly Housing Advisory Commission meeting on July 13th, and we discussed the 2020-2021 operating budget. That's before you tonight. We also had a presentation on Devon Plaza proposed redevelopment. And finally, regarding our RFP for Newstern Village, the deadline was July 10th. We received a total of 3 proposals, and the initial review by staff has begun with the goal of coming to the board with the recommendation for preferred developer in September 2020. And that concludes my report.
Okay, anybody have any questions? Okay, next item. Unmute yourself, City Clerk. Thank you.
Next item is agenda review. Are there any changes for this agenda? Hearing none. Next item is resolutions. Item E1, adopt a resolution approving the proposed fiscal year 2020 to 2021 annual operating budget with estimated revenues of $3,802,290 and total expenditures of $4,794,951 and direct finance staff to return no later than December 2020 to the City Council with 5-year projections, discussion about the impact of RHA's debt to the City of Richmond, implementation measures to address the outstanding debt, and a plan to subsidize or otherwise eliminate the annual ongoing structural deficit. We do have one caller for this item.
Do we have a staff report?
We do. And so commissioners, as staff is bringing up the presentation for you, I just wanted to highlight a lot of the good work that has been done, but as you're going to hear, we still have some more work to do. So I really want to thank the folks who not only are pulled together the annual budget, but have been working to address another structural deficit. Just like we have in our general fund, we have one in the Housing Authority. And that I think has only come to light for you all over the past year or two. And a significant amount of work has been done by, a new group of people led by Sasha and supported by Nanette and Gabino and all kinds of folks, again, to be able to bring you not only the budget, but to highlight some of the items that you heard just a moment ago in terms of repositioning this to be able to support that work. And I just, again, the specific recommendation to you all is fairly lengthy, because we do have some additional work in terms of figuring out how to continue to support the Housing Authority, which is likely going to take some general fund dollars for the foreseeable future, which would impact other work that we might do in other areas of the city. So just wanted to thank folks and note that there is work to continue to do. So with that, they have a full presentation for you about the budget.
Madam City Clerk, will the caller speak before the presentation?
Go ahead, please, Nanette. And
Public speaks after.
Okay, thank you. So I want to talk a little bit about RHA's progress. We've improved maintenance responses and capital improvements, beginning with a major concern of the elevator replacement and upgrades. We've improved turnover units, and we've turned over a number of units at Nevin, over 30 units, and some at Nystrom. We're enforcing leases and improved contracting and payment process for RHA vendors. There were some vendors that hadn't been paid in 2 years. As far as back as 2 years, they had outstanding invoices. We have an active Housing Advisory Commission, proactively responding to COVID-19 pandemic, improved relationships with HUD, audits and reconciliations in progress for over 3 years, addressing findings and concerns from HUD. The FARS agreement has signed, and we are focusing on asset repositioning. Just for an overview, although RHA's proposed budget for 2021 is not balanced, the deficit is significantly less due to the following reductions. We reduced budgeted staff from 7 approved in April 2020 to 4 FTEs. We are focused on efforts to rehabilitate vacant units and bring them back online at Nevin, and possibly some that have less damage at Nystrom. Staff members address outstanding invoices from previous fiscal years dating back to 2015. It is expected that Hacienda will be transferred to Mercy Housing in early 2020. And what that means is that Mercy will be responsible for expenditures, and we can take those expenses off of the Housing Authority's budget. As I said earlier, asset repositioning strategies continue to be implemented. So total revenue is $3,802,000 and $290. It includes $1.1 million in capital funds, which are specifically allocated to capital improvements. They can't be used for day-to-day operations. We have total expenditures of $4.7 million for a budget current shortfall currently at $992. The significant decrease in budgeted deficit from 2019-2020 was at 2.5, and we've reduced it to for this year at 992. So where does our revenue come from? We get 2.7 million in operating subsidy from HUD, and you'll see each for each building, how much we get. And the Richmond Village projects are still, they're just a pass-through. So we receive the money and we pay monthly subsidy to the property management company for operations. We receive $621,000 for tenant rents. That's projected, provided that everybody pays their rent on time. And that includes the current occupancy rate. So we anticipate and hope that those revenues will increase as we lease up. Other revenue and reimbursement, we receive $160,000 annually right now for Hacienda. And we receive approximately $14,000 in repayment agreements. And we also hope to increase that revenue for unreported income and recap of monies that should have been paid to us for rent that weren't. There's an operating transfer from capital fund in the amount of $222,000. And here are expenditures for salary and wages and benefits. As I said earlier, we've decreased the FTEs from 7 to 4. Currently, we have 2 vacant positions. And you'll see the breakdown of the benefits and utilities. For expenditures for professional services and administrative services, a total of $763,000. Equipment and contractual services, $417,000. So our next steps for addressing the funding gap, we're going to continue to focus on reducing operating expenses and increasing revenue, focus on repositioning the assets to transfer all of the assets as soon as we can, cut consultants providing technical assistance. Staff will continue to keep RHA and City Council apprised of debt strategies and implementing actions taken to reduce it. And we'll be working with finance staff to come later on this year to council to provide 5-year projections and discussion on the impact of the Housing Authority debt on the city of Richmond and what measures we're going to take to deal with the outstanding debt and eliminate the ongoing structural deficit. And that concludes my presentation.
Are there questions?
I don't have a question, Mr. Mayor, but I want to make an acknowledgement. Despite the problems that we have in the Housing Authority under the new director, Mrs. Beecham, and assisted by Mrs. Curl, there's been a significant improvement. And I think down the road, we're going to have to look at how we want to continue to operate that authority. The Republican administration has not been very kind to housing authorities, and in particular in Richmond. Hopefully the climate may change in November. And if it does, maybe we can begin to get our fair share of funds from the federal government to keep this program operating for a lot of low income and medium income individuals that are deserving. But at one point, if it doesn't change, we're going to have to fish or cut bait in terms of whether we want to continue the operation as a housing authority agency. In a long discussion with the director today, I think she shares our concerns. And I just want to finish by echoing appreciation for her and her staff, because we were terrible in management and leadership for several years under the previous leadership of the director. So it's a welcome addition to have Mrs. Beecham come in and help straighten this housing authority out. So good job, Mrs. Beecham.
Thank you, sir.
Other questions? I have one. In your revenue projections in this proposed budget, how have you taken into consideration COVID-19? Is it likely that some number of tenants will not be making their rent payments because of that?
We have taken it into consideration. There have been very few residents that have reached out to us regarding decreases in income. I would say an estimate about 10 families that have reached out to us. Initially in April, we sent out a notice to everyone regarding their rent and what the federal government has directed us to do by way of reducing rent immediately or taking into consideration that the rent will be deferred and they will not be evicted. And then we are also sending a reminder now that the moratorium has been extended, but just letting people know what their rights are and what they still are responsible for their rent. But if there's a change, they need to let us know so we can adjust their portion that they pay.
Okay, any other questions? Do we have a motion?
We have speakers.
I'm sorry, I thought, yeah. Okay, sorry.
Okay, we received one comment before the 3 o'clock deadline, urging the board to approve the RHA budget. We have one caller on the line. That caller will have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I have Carol Hegstrom on the line. Carol, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Carol Hegstrom, and I serve as the chair of the Housing Advisory Commission for the City of Richmond. I urge the board to approve the RHA budget. Nobody's happy to see a deficit budget in Richmond right now. However, it's important to look at this in a historical context. The current housing authority is not the corrupt and bloated organization we had under Tim Jones' tenure. Currently, RHA is a very tight ship, making good headway toward no longer being dependent on the City of Richmond. Executive Director Nanette Beecham has worked tirelessly with the help of Gabino Arredondo to bring RHA into compliance with the FARS agreement while caring for residents with a skeleton staff at minimal cost. The budget deficit may be distasteful, but I believe we should applaud what has been done and support her efforts to continue to move forward during these difficult times by approving her projected budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no more callers.
All right, we have one comment to read into the record.
This comment is from Dina Nelson, a commissioner on the Richmond Housing Authority Advisory Commission. The RHA has shared with us their proposed budget and answered all of our questions about it. The RHA faces many challenges and is not complacent. Nanette and her team are working diligently to improve public housing in Richmond, and we need the council to support them in all possible ways. The Advisory Commission voted earlier this month to support the proposed budget, and I urge the council to take a close look and then follow suit. Despite the competing budget issues, Richmond needs to place the highest priority on the housing needs of the vulnerable Richmond residents. Thank you.
Okay.
I move the adoption, Mr. Mayor, of the budget.
Okay, is there a second?
I second it.
Second by Johnson.
Ms. Scott. I'll let Ms. Scott.
Who seconded it?
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Bates.
Yes.
Commissioner Choi.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez.
Yes.
Commissioner Myrick.
Yes.
Commissioner Willis.
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
And Chair Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, our housing authority
Thank you.
Thank you.
meeting is now adjourned, and we're moving to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Call the roll, please.
7:05. Okay. Vice Mayor Bates.
Present.
Councilmember Choi.
Here.
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Myrick,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Next on the agenda, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none, under agenda review, we have a request to remove item H4 from the consent. And that item will be placed at the end of the agenda for consideration. We have a request to continue item J2 to September 8th.
What was that item to be continued?
J2, public hearing, J2.
Okay, and then didn't we have a request to move
K4.
the Veolia item off of the consent calendar?
Item H4.
That was H4?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, all right, so H4.
I asked that my item be removed too, Madam
I'm sorry.
Clerk.
Yes, you asked for item K5 to be withdrawn from the agenda.
And I meant to ask, can I get my item moved up? Item K4?
Which one?
K4?
K4?
Yeah. Just so the youth can, give their presentation and not have to sit through some of those other study and action session items.
Moved up to where?
First to be the first study and action session item.
Okay. Any objections to that? Okay.
Thank you.
We will make that change. So, Madam Clerk, would you review again the change made to the consent calendar?
Okay, so we removed item H4 from the consent calendar to be discussed at the end of the agenda.
Right.
Continue item J2 to September 8th.
Okay.
And then we removed withdrew item K5 from the agenda. And then we moved item K4 to the first study and action session item.
Okay, thank you. All right, next item.
Next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I have one decision to report. The city council authorized the city attorney to join in the petition filed in the League of California Cities et al. Versus FCC et al., which is case number 20-71765 in the Ninth Circuit, by a vote with all voting in favor, with council members Johnson and Myrick abstaining. The petition seeks judicial review of the FCC's declaratory ruling, captioned as in the matter of implementation of state and local government's obligation to approve certain wireless facility modification requests under section 6409A of the Spectrum Act of 2012. And that is my report.
Okay, thank you. Next item.
Next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, council. I have two items for you this evening. The first one is to let you know that with the resumption of school, even though a lot of students may not be on campus, some might be, and the testing site that the county has been operating at the high school is no longer going to work for them in the fall. Therefore, they have been reviewing a number of different sites, and they have approached the city about using the parking lot that is on Nevin between 24th and 25th Streets near the Civic Center complex. So what they are wanting to do is make sure there is sufficient testing, not only in the county, but we need to increase it given what we're currently experiencing. And they are interested in having it be another drive-through facility. So we will continue to talk with them. This would be a lease situation. So we will be bringing something back to you all for consideration at a future meeting. You're likely to have some special meetings in August, so it's likely that we would be bringing it to you then for consideration. The second item is also similar, a little bit similar in terms of the county has also moving forward with an option to purchase the Marriott Hotel in the Hilltop area. So this was a little bit of a surprise to us. The thinking is that it could be used potentially for homeless or for affordable housing in the future. This is something that there are many different components to consider. And what I'm recommending is that we put together some information in a staff report for you all to consider in case you all want to take a position supporting, neutral, or in opposition to that. And again, we would bring this back to you all to allow you to take a position on that purchase, which is not moving forward yet, but an option to purchase is currently in place, is my understanding. So we could also bring that back to you at the next available opportunity.
Okay, next item, please.
This item is open forum, and we have 5 speakers, 5 callers, and 1 speaker.
I would like to speak on open forum, if I may.
Okay, so we have 2 speakers.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to start with our callers. They'll each have 2 minutes to address the council. That's fine.
Okay. I have Diego Garcia on the line. Diego, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Hello, members of the City Council. My name is Diego Garcia, a Richmond resident. The community of Richmond is seeking your support to join forces in solidarity with us to advocate for our young men and women who are inducted in the military institution, including the Army, Navy, Marines, National Guard, and all other armed forces. We want these entities to guarantee our young men and women a safe and fair treatment when they have complaints against any military members, including the high-rank officers, regarding any mistreatment or sexual harassment. We're asking that we stand behind them by expanding the sanctuary resolution to stop all recruitment of any military institutions in our city until they can start an investigation of all present and past complaints. Many of our young men and women who are inducted in the military are afraid to speak because of retaliation, mistreatment, harassment, and even death. It is our responsibility to protect them. We need your help to send this message to the county, the state, and government officials to demand justice for all those young men and women who are inducted in the military, especially for all those young men and women who lost their lives unjustified during the time of service. I understand that Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt are both veterans and can attest firsthand of unjust treatment that goes on in these institutions. I ask that you be a warrior today and be the first city in the nation to pass this resolution to protect our young men and women who signed up to give their lives for us. I leave you with this quote: "A soldier is told what to do and does what is told. A warrior already knows what to do and do what's right." Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask Diego a question?
Oh, just a second.
No, not an open forum.
Okay. Okay. My next.
Well, Mayor, you have allowed questions in other areas.
The only time we allow questions is if somebody wants to know, like a phone number where, where to get information about something.
Well, that's the kind of question I want to ask.
Well, if that's all it is, you can ask him, but I don't want, we're not going to have a discussion about this.
Well, I don't want to have a discussion. I want to.
Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Still on the line. Diego?
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Martinez would like to address you. Can you hear?
I can hear him, yes. I can hear now.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Garcia, I understand that you were part of the efforts to get people to set up the ofrenda for Vanessa at City Plaza. Could you tell me what people can do in order to honor Vanessa, and what your plans for the 10th city might be in the near future?
Yes, absolutely. I'm one of the few who organized this event, including Gonzalo and the Sanchez sisters. What we're asking the community and everyone else to do is to join forces with us, send letters to the city, to the state, and of course our school board, in order to be able to stop a lot of these recruitment until we can get them to start doing all these reports and investigations.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the
Thank
next
you.
speaker.
My next caller is Yen Do. Yen, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. Good evening, members of the council. My name is Yendo, SEIU 10-1 union staff and field representative representing City of Richmond workers. Members of the council, let's take a moment to give thanks to members of SEIU 10-1 and all workers for their thankless job in providing services so desperately needed at this very moment during a pandemic in which we are obviously still living. It's time for your continued leadership to meet the needs of the city workers and the community that have gone unresolved year after year. I ask you do the following. First, city workers have been working more with less, yet members are faced with concessions without any consideration of raises to make up for the loss. I ask that instead you're asking the workers to give more when they haven't gotten a raise in over 5 years. What I'm asking you is to dip into the reserves, use the rainy day fund, an amount so minuscule, but with such a huge impact on these working families. While too, labor is working on a long-term fix to finally get Richmond where it should be, a better place to live, to work, and to play. It's a small act of kindness that you can make to say thank you to the workers. Second, we are a strong labor union and we have a solution for a long-term fix. To fix the city's financial woes, I'm urging the city council to also support item K1, the Lift Up Richmond plan that puts gross receipt tax measure on the November ballot. Third, any decisions that impact our bargaining unit should remain SEIU 10-1, our members' collective bargaining agents, the sole decision maker on behalf of our members and not that of city staff. We know our workers and we think that we will make the best decisions for them.
Time has expired.
Your time has expired. Thank you, Yen. My next caller is Ilana Clark. Ilana, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Woohoo! 2 minutes. This is Alana Clark from Richmond. Vote for Mike, District 5. Mike for Richmond City Council. He's the man. He's hot. Hot Mike. He'll listen to you. He'll listen to your concerns. Open Mike. Mike Vasilas. Look him up. Mike for Richmond.com.
Ilana.
That's Mike number 4.
We cannot do campaign speeches.
Ilana.
Cut her off. We can't do campaign speeches in the city council chamber.
Okay. My next speaker is Luis Padilla. Luis, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Luis?
Good evening. I have a question. I want to know why item H8 was not pulled. I follow the proper procedures. I even spoke with Ms. LaShonda White, and we talked about it being pulled off, and for some reason, it's not being pulled. I find that extremely cowardly of everybody. It's clear what everyone's intentions are. Local 188 has always been active politically, and we will continue to be active politically. We're going to do a better job of vetting our candidates, and we will not forget what is happening tonight. We are not being allowed to speak.
Well, my next speaker is Jermaine Gomez. Jermaine, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
May I ask why H8 was not pulled?
Just a second.
Again?
Yes.
May I ask why H8 was not pulled if Luis Padilla went through the proper channels?
You have to get confirmation from the department that they did speak with.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I did get a request to pull that, and I thought the person was approaching me to fulfill the objective of talking with somebody from the city before doing it, but
okay, I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules and pull item H8 because apparently there was some confusion.
I second that motion.
You know, I don't think we need to do that. I'll just do it. I'll
Okay,
use
thank
the
you.
prerogative to pull it from the calendar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, how are we doing with our speakers?
I have 2 more speakers speaking on H8 and one last one after that. May they speak or?
On H8,
Mm-hmm.
if they're going to speak on H8, then they need to wait for the item to come up now.
Okay, thank you. My last speaker is Elsa Stevens. Elsa, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. The gross receipts tax checks off so many boxes. It's pro small business. It may rescue mom and pop landlords. It eases COVID-19 economic panic. It's one tool to shore up ravaged city services. It's an easy vote. And I'd like to congratulate Chief Bissell because she came to Heritage Park in person to address our concerns. She prevented Richmond from becoming a sundown city following the leadership of Councilman Johnson. Her officers protected and served the mural painters downtown when we did the Black Lives Matter and the Reparations Now paintings. And I know she's going to protect her troops with PPE and have them pass out masks to the public whenever possible. Congratulations, Chief French. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That was my last caller.
Okay. These are the comments that we received before 3 o'clock today. One comment received, this individual requests the council not to place street sweeping signs in the annex, suggests having high school students take pictures of street signs in the Park Plaza and East Shore councils to pass flyers to the neighbors, reminding them to move their cars before 8 a.m. And also one comment received in support of item I1, resolution in support of justice for Vanessa Gilliam. Okay, and then Vice Mayor Bates, you'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
Well, thank you, Madam Clerk, to the mayor and my colleagues. I just want to express some appreciations. I had the opportunity to go in the City Hall about 7 o'clock, I think it was last Thursday or Friday, to file my 460 forms. And contrary to a lot of people who feel that city staff don't work very hard, in that office, at the city manager's office, was Shasa, the city manager, I think LaShonda, and a couple other city managers' staff, busy dealing with the airport situation where they want to fly the planes over the city of Richmond. And I just want to compliment them for their hard work and efforts, and really appreciate their work. Additionally, I had a situation with a business person at Hilltop that was getting ready to close his business and probably leave town with maybe a $500,000 sales tax. And Shasa and Lena worked very effectively to resolve the problem. And the gentleman is now pleased that he's going to continue to be able to stay in Richmond and also provide revenue to the city. So when people do excellent work, I feel they should be acknowledged. And that's the purpose of my open forum, to say thank you to the city manager, staff, and all those involved. Good job.
Next is Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, before COVID-19, Latinos were expected to have a purchasing power topping $1.7 trillion. I say this because in our society, money is power. But unfortunately, our society also has racism built into the system. That's why a survey conducted by the Military Times found that 22% of service members who participated said that they have seen signs of white nationalism or racist ideology within the armed forces. Among the non-white service members in the poll, incidents of racism and racist ideology increased from 42% in 2010 to more than half of those surveyed in 2018. I'm sure that with the guidance of Mr. Trump, the number of incidences is far larger in 2020. Sexism is also another issue that plagues the military. Jacqueline Krulik, a Latinx U.S. Navy veteran, talked to the difficulties of moving in roles of leadership. Male service, she said, male service members made fun of her and her female colleagues, joking that their butts were too big for the uniforms. When they tried to stick up for themselves, they were told that they had a bad attitude. But this is just the light aspect of how sexism undermines the trust of female soldiers. Countless examples of sexual harassment have gone unanswered and in most cases ruled unsubstantiated. In fact, some cases are covered up by officers in charge. For instance, Lavena Lynn Johnson, July 27, 1985 to July 19, 2005, was found dead in her tent while on duty in Iraq. Although the autopsy report and photographs revealed Johnson had a broken nose, black eye, loose teeth, burns from corrosive chemicals on her genitalia, and a gunshot wound on the left side of her head, though she was right-handed, the Department of Defense ruled her death a suicide. Justice for Lavena is still being pursued at facebook.com, Lavena Johnson. I ask that you join them. I also ask that her name be included in our letter to electeds for justice for Vanessa Guillen. I would want that letter to also include support for Vanessa Guillen's family proposed bill, hashtag I am Vanessa Guillen, after a hashtag that encouraged military members to talk about their own sexual harassment and sexual assault experiences. The bill still is in its early stages and would create a third-party agency to which active duty service members could report allegations of sexual harassment and sexual assault. This is the time to pull together the Me Too movement with the Black Lives Matter movements so that we can fight for the rights of African-American women. Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
Okay, call the next item, please.
The next item, we need a motion to approve the consent calendar. And just as a reminder, item H4 was removed. Item H8 was also removed to be considered at the end of the agenda.
I move the item.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So now we go to K4, right?
Yes, just for the record, that was to approve all of the items, the H category and I category. Item J1 under public hearings. To hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution authorizing.
Madam Clerk, weren't we gonna take item K4 right after the consent calendar?
It was supposed to be the first item under study and action session.
I think it's fine to move it up.
I have
Senator
no.
Johnson, you made the request. Where do you want it?
We can move it up if my colleagues want to move it up. I have no objections to that. I did request.
Let's move it up with you.
I want to.
Okay, I'm down. I appreciate it too.
All right, so let's take item K4 and then we'll go into the J items.
Okay.
Just want to make sure we have everyone online.
Are you ready?
Councilmember Johnson, this is your item. You want to introduce it?
Yeah, I'm also seeing if we have Trina online as well. She was really instrumental in helping me with this.
Okay, so let me read it into the record first. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, item K4 is to receive a presentation from the Richmond Youth Council and adopt a resolution in support of the Richmond Youth Council recommendations to increase anti-racism programs and projects in this community, public safety in the West Contra Costa Unified School District.
And as I mentioned, Trina, she's here. She was really instrumental in working with the Youth Council and putting this together. So I guess I'll preface it by saying that as well before I hand it over to her, as saying, our Youth Council is very interested in making a difference in what's going on here in the city of Richmond, and making sure that racism is addressed not only at the city level, but also at the school level. And although our city council isn't in charge of the school districts, they're well aware of that, but they still wanted to make sure that the city council was in support of something that they wanted to put together as well. So Trina, I'll let you take it over. And then I also see we have some youth council members online as well.
Yes, good evening. I'm Trina Jackson, staff to the City Council and to the Richmond Youth Council. I hope all of our Youth Council presenters are online. We thought we were going after the public hearings. However, we will move forward. The Youth Council was moved to do something, considering all of the events that we're going through with the unjust murders, the way people of color are impacted more with COVID-19. So they drafted letters to the Richmond City Council and to the school district. Their next step, they wanted to actually present their ideas and recommendations to the City Council. So with that, I will hand it over to the Youth Council, starting with the chair, Ms. Ashley Davis.
Hello, my name is Ashley Davis. I'm the chair of the Youth Council. I would like to introduce you to the Youth Council members, which consist of Kashaf, Osmar, Jocelyn, and Libra. I'm now going to pass it off to Libra to start the presentation.
We, the Richmond Youth Council, are a group of youth who serve to make a difference in the community. We partner with various organizations to help provide advice and input to the Richmond City Council on matters that affect the youth and our community as a whole. In this presentation, we are highlighting important topics that will further benefit our community.
The purpose of the resolution is to start the change that is needed to move into a progressive direction. We started off with letters to express our concerns that were sent out to the mayor, council members, and many more. From this, we moved into phase 2. Phase 2 was to create a document that encompasses our concerns for the youth of Richmond. With this resolution, we highlight topics such as amplifying youth voices, collaboration between elected officials and youth, police malpractices. These topics were chosen based on the current climate in the world today and to better serve the youth of Richmond.
Listed in the resolution is a list of all that we ask the City of Richmond in order to help support our youth in their effort to increase anti-racism programs and projects in the community, public safety, and the West Contra Costa Unified School District. In no particular order, here are our core points summarized and what we hope to achieve with them. With our first point, we hope to achieve a slate of new legislation passed that would rehabilitate Richmond's large underrepresented and impoverished populations and neighborhoods through an allocation of funds to organizations that focus on aiding these communities. For our second point, not only do we aim to stand in solidarity with and show support of the Black Lives Matter movement, but we hope the banning of excessively violent police practices and the subsequent introduction of stronger de-escalation, training, and stricter police accountability measures will foster a culture of trust between the community and its authorities. For our third point, we hope to achieve a generation of students that know the full scope of struggles that minorities in America have faced. This will help educate our youth on America's previous bigoted ideologies and will help unteach the learned prejudices taught by our whitewashed American history curriculum. For our fourth point, we aim to create a support system for students who have struggled with mental health issues stemming from racially driven harassment, identity issues, sexism, or specific complex issues arising from ethnic homes. For our last point, we hope to create a strong youth advocacy presence in Richmond that will continue to keep the youth in touch with the outside world, as well as continue to advocate for the betterment of the city of Richmond and its inhabitants.
We all strive to establish a strong and inclusive community within the city of Richmond. In order to do so, it is essential that the opinions of the youth are taken into consideration. Collaboration and communication between all generations is the only way to truly make a change. We propose these recommendations in hopes of not only improving the rights and education of our minority population, but also to ensure the safety of all of our residents. The prosperity of our city, along with all of our future residents, is depending on the choices we make today. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you from the Richmond Youth Council.
So
Thank you for listening to our youth and giving them an opportunity to share their ideas and their thoughts and be civically engaged. We hope that you will adopt the resolution. Thank you.
thank you, Trina, for your hard work, and thank you, members of the Youth Council, for your steadfast dedication to the city of Richmond and making sure that we move forward in a way that's conducive to your future. Thank you.
Are there any questions from council members?
I just want to say good job to the youth, and thank you, Councilmember Johnson and Trina, for supporting them and get this item on the agenda. And after public comment, I will be ready to support the resolution.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second, right?
I'll make the
We have
motion.
one speaker. We have one
Oh,
speaker.
okay.
We have one comment to read into the record, sorry.
Okay, please do that.
This comment is from Laura Mingles. I was heartened to see the youth council are being given an opportunity to present their vision for anti-racist work needed in the city of Richmond. More than any of us, they are in the position to point the way forward to help us work through the institutional racism in which we are all mirrored. Thank you for listening to our youth. I see this as an encouraging and positive sign for Richmond. I want to encourage you to take their demands seriously and to work closely with them to ensure that their vision comes to fruition without being diluted. While it's important for them to have a voice, it's very important for them to have a seat at the table and to have real power in shaping where we go from here. Thank you.
That was the last speaker,
Yes.
the only speaker. So we had a motion from Councilmember Johnson, is that right?
Yep.
And a second from
I'll second it.
from Councilmember Willis. So let's do a roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez. You're muted. Councilmember
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Great work, all the youth.
Yeah. Thank
Great
you,
job.
everyone.
Thank you. Strong presentation.
Okay, so the next item now is going to be,
Their public hearing, J1.
yeah.
Okay. Item J1 is to hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution authorizing the city of Richmond to levy special assessments against certain properties having unpaid invoices related to administrative citations, nuisance abatement costs, and foreclosure ordinance fines pursuant to Richmond Municipal Code, chapters 2.63, 6.38, 9.22, and 11.76.
Okay, staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor Butts and members of the council. I'm Eva Mann, Code Enforcement Superintendent. The item before you is to hold a public hearing to receive public comment and to adopt a resolution approving the levy of special assessments on certain properties for fines and costs related to unpaid administrative citations, nuisance abatements, and foreclosure ordinance fines. The city must hold a public hearing and approve a resolution to initiate the process of levying special assessments to recover fines and costs for issuing administrative citations, nuisance abatement costs, and foreclosure fines for the time period of May 1st, 2019 through April 30th, 2020. The financial impact of this action will enable the city to collect outstanding receivables against the listed properties on the revised lien and special assessment list recently distributed to council, totaling $275,298.71. The total was reduced due to appeals. The fees will offset the general fund expenditures related to code enforcement staffing and operations. The municipal code, chapters 9.22, 100, and 2.63 authorizes the city of Richmond to levy special assessment liens against properties for failure to pay recoverable costs, including those related to unpaid administrative citations, non-compliance fees, nuisance abatements, and foreclosure ordinance fines. Any owner may object to the proposed assessment, and as a result, there were 12 properties removed, totaling $138,271.37, 7 objections, 1 request for payment arrangement, and 4 paid, totaling $3,082. The imposed fees and/or fines shown in Exhibit A, receivables for unpaid code enforcement fines, have not been paid by the property owners. There are a total of 41 properties on the proposed lien list, totaling $275,298.71. This concludes my report, and I'm open for any questions.
Are there any questions from council members? I don't see any, so I will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak?
Yes, we have one caller.
Okay, and I might note, I'm looking at the staff report. It says, at the city council hearing, only those persons who have submitted written objections to the city clerk will be heard by the city council. So does the caller fit that description?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The staff report says, at the city council hearing, only those persons who have submitted written objections to the city clerk will be heard by the council.
Okay.
It cites the municipal code.
I think for Brown Act purposes, however, they need to be heard.
Okay.
Okay.
Next time you write a staff report, you might want to note that. Okay, call the public speakers, please.
Okay, I have Sherry Lee on the line. Sherry, you have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. In regards to 2525 Garvin, I came up to speak with the lady that was in charge of my case, and she said I still needed to pay, even though I was not in the state of California when those notices were given, and my mail was somehow, I'd never got notice. So when I did address it, she said that it was too late. But she told me she would call me back. She never did call me back. And then the coronavirus happened, and I wasn't able to address anything or anyone. As far as the property is concerned on 2533 and the truck that is in the driveway, there is registration, there is license with a license plate. The only reason the car has not been moved is because someone removed the drive shaft from underneath the car and has also punched holes in the tires. So we're in the process of getting brand new tires for that car to be able to move it, but we can't even move it because of the drive shaft. And where am I going to move it? Because it just needs to be repaired. So it's on our property. It is our car. I don't know why there's such an issue because it's not really an eyesore. It's not disturbing anything. It's parked in front of the garage. And
So
again,
can we add that property to the list?
25 Garden, we've got it on concrete, not on the lawn, and it's the yard is not a mess or anything. The house was being reconstructed. The whole inside of the house was gutted. Things were pulled out to be put into the garage, then pulled out of the garage to be reorganized. It's the only space that I have to be able to organize things and put it back and forth. I'm not trying to be an eyesore. I understand, but we're doing the best that we can.
So, Lena, the question I asked, can you add that to the list of other properties who are contesting?
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir, I did not.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. So when we vote on this, it will not include that property. That property will go through the regular review and appeal process. Okay. Are there any, with that, is that all the speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay. I will close the public hearing, and the council members have any other questions? Okay. Do we have a motion?
Move the item.
Okay, motion by Willis, second by Choi. Second by Choi. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
So J2 was withdrawn, right?
Yes. Continued. It was continued to September 8th.
So we're now down to J3, right?
Yes.
Okay.
J3 is to introduce an ordinance for first reading, amending Richmond Municipal Code, Chapter 6.02. That's Richmond Building Code to incorporate emergency building standards, Appendix 10 and O, and adopt by the state of California by emergency housing, buildings, and facilities the local amendments to address minimum fire and life safety measures.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So with me this evening, I have Chris Casanchoa, the building official, Emily Carroll, planner, as well as the fire marshal, Eric Govan, which will assist in the presentation. Emily, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and council members. This item is our amendments to the Richmond Municipal Code, Chapter 6.02, the building code, to incorporate emergency building standards. The recommended action is to introduce an ordinance amending the building code to incorporate emergency building standards, appendices X and O, as adopted by the state of California for emergency housing buildings and facilities with local amendments. Some background. On April 18th, 2018, HCD adopted emergency building standards related to emergency housing and facilities that were being utilized in many locations throughout the state in response to the ongoing housing and homelessness crisis. This 2018 bulletin included 2 voluntary appendices, X and O, that amends the California Building Code and the California Residential Code. In October of 2018, the City Council declared a shelter crisis in the city of Richmond. And on February 25th, 2020, City Council directed staff to bring forward amendments to the municipal code adopting these voluntary appendices. If these voluntary appendices are adopted by the city, the standards can be used to develop local emergency housing that can provide quick, safe, and cost-effective means for assisting unsheltered individuals. Upon the adoption, voluntary appendix X and O would be codified in the building code following approval by the Building Standards Commission. Additionally, HCD defers to local authorities to establish minimum fire and life safety measures. And so these amendments reflect the City of Richmond's fire and life safety standards. So the local amendments include the creation of a fire safety and emergency evacuation plan, an assessment to ensure temporary housing facilities have appropriate emergency vehicle access, and a requirement for a site plan of the facilities that outlines access points, egress routes, and other fire and life safety items that exist on the site, for instance, building sprinklering or fire alarm systems. I'd also like to note a modification that was made following the publication of the staff report. This is a modification to section A8 and B8, which is the emergency responder radio coverage in existing building section. The modification was largely for formatting and just clarifies when exceptions are allowed for this requirement. Here are 2 examples of the application of the emergency building standards. On the left is Oakland's Tough Shed program, and on the right is San Jose's Tiny Home Pilot. There is a broad application of these standards. So again, the recommended action is to introduce an ordinance amending Richmond Municipal Code Chapter 6.02 to incorporate emergency building standards appendices X and O as adopted by the state of California for emergency housing, buildings, and facilities with local amendments noted in the edits in this presentation. And staff is available for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Are there questions from city council members? I don't see any. With that, I will open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers, Madam Clerk?
We do not have any speakers.
Okay, I will close the public hearing. And do we have a motion? Motion from Councilmember Willis. Did I see your hand go up?
No, disregard, sorry.
Oh, I'll make a motion. I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mark, second by Johnson. Call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez, Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to what, K1?
K2, K1, I'm sorry.
K1, yeah.
K1 at 7:52. K1 is to review the draft measure for the November 3rd, 2020 ballot, which would amend the city's business tax rate structure to authorize the city to tax businesses based on a range from 0.075% to 1.395% of gross receipts, instead of charging based on the number of employees, and either one, adopt a resolution placing the measure on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot, or two, provide direction to staff on further revisions to the draft measure and direct staff to schedule a special meeting for council to placing the measure on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Bates, and council members. My name is LaShonda White. I'm the Acting Deputy City Manager for Internal Services, and I'm happy to be here tonight to begin the presentation regarding the proposed gross receipts tax ballot measure for the November 2020 ballot. I have Antonio Benuelos, who is in the accounting manager and finance, who will also be presenting. And then James Atencio from the city attorney's office, who worked on the ordinance, is also available to answer questions at the end of the presentation. So I will begin. This is tonight's agenda in terms of what we will go over. Antonio is going to take you through an overview of the gross receipts tax. And we're going to share on some feedback that we received from the business community based on the direction that council provided us last week. So last week, on July 21st, staff brought before council the proposed gross tax model or ordinance for review and discussion. Staff did not, unfortunately, have a lot of time to really work on the draft ordinance, as the polling that was done in collaboration or by Lift Up Richmond, which we talked about last time, and they there's a coalition made up of various unions that are in the city of Richmond, along with some of the community-based organizations. But we received some polling information in late June of 2020. And from there, we really worked hard to turn around a draft ordinance to bring to council for their initial review. And the reason why this draft ordinance was even being discussed, not only by Lift Up Richmond, which includes, as I stated, unions and some community-based organizations, but was also being looked at by city staff, is because the city has, as we all know, a structurally imbalanced budget. And in order to really address that structural imbalance, the city needs to focus on both increasing revenues as well as reducing expenditures. So in this last budget cycle, as we developed the fiscal year 2021 budget, a lot of focus was placed on, we had discussions about the structural imbalance, but we the majority of the changes to the budget that allowed us to adopt a balanced budget were one-time fixes. So we really are trying to focus some effort on the other side, which is increasing revenue. So not only did Lift Up Richmond through their coalition really look at various revenue enhancement measures, which included not just gross receipts tax, but they were looking at vacant parcel tax and documentary transfer tax. But in a parallel process, the city was looking at some of those very same measures to possibly bring forth for the November 3rd ballot. It just so happens Lift Up Richmond was working and was ahead of us a little bit in terms of being ready to do polling on these different ballot measures. And so it made sense for us to join forces, work together. They conducted the polling, they paid for the polling, and they brought forth 3 different ballot measures to potential voters during that polling. And what came up as a path forward was gross receipts tax. And so that is the focus of tonight. Next slide. We tonight, per direction from last week's meeting, the council, number one, asked us to do some outreach to the business community. It was noted, and we do acknowledge as staff that we were not able to do the outreach that we would have done had we had additional timing to do that. We wanted to make sure the city council saw the draft ordinance first, was able to provide feedback, and part of that feedback was for us to do outreach to the business community. So we are going to talk about that a little later in the presentation in terms of what we were able to do in a very short period of time, and talk about some of the feedback that we received. So tonight, we have before the council 2 recommended actions based on, as I stated earlier, the direction we received last meeting. So either to adopt a resolution to place the measure on the November ballot, or provide us direction to do further revisions and call a special meeting that could happen between now and when this ballot measure needs to be shared with the county, which is August 7th. And so with that, I will turn it over to Antonio.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to go quick overview some of the stuff we've already covered, but basically for the gross receipt overview, it would provide $4.9 million in new revenue. This is on top of the current business license tax we currently receive of about $3 million. Any new revenue, though, would not be received until fiscal year 21-22, actually in the second half of that fiscal year, since the first time we could really start collecting would be after the December 31st, 2021 payments would be done. Again, these are estimates on the lower side of the range. The estimates do not include projections stemming from businesses that sell services, for example, or that sell wholesale. That would be revenue on top of this 4.9. This 4.9 is based on sales tax data we currently do have. Again, there's some cost to implement. Election cost, possibly $10,000. We need to look at our software. If we need to change that, that would be an additional $60,000 to $100,000. We would probably need additional staffing. One new person for this sort of position would be about totally $135,000. And of course, we need to do outreach and education. So if approved, this is the actual ballot, actual text that would show up on the ballot for November 3rd. Again, the current business license model is based on number of employees. The more employees you have, the higher the rate. It's a couple of different types of businesses currently pay on gross receipts like marijuana and movie theaters. And currently it's based on an expiration date, anniversary date. So if you get the license now, it expires a year from now. The new model would be based on, everybody would expire December 31st. So it could tie to the tax paperwork that they do. We focus a little bit more on the gross receipts model. It's a progressive tax based on the size of business. We have several different business categories, and within each category, there are 5 different rates or tiers. Most businesses under 250,000 gross receipts would pay the base rate of $100 per year. The vast majority of businesses that we have in Richmond, at least through the sales tax data, would fall under a small business category or exemption. The ordinance currently includes some exemptions, but council has the flexibility to either decrease rates, change the start date, or add more exemptions. Most implementation issues that will arise can be addressed by City Council through regulations and interpretations. This is the updated gross receipts model chart. It includes the different tiers, the different classes, And you'll notice for each different tier, there's a base and a rate. The base corresponds to the tax for the bottom part. So for example, if we look at a class A business that falls into the third tier between 2.5 million, 25 million, they would pay the 2,250, that's the base rate, and that corresponds to the tax on the first 2.5 millions at the lower rates, at the 0.075 for the first million, at the 0.1 for the amount between 1 and 2.5. Only the amount above the 2.5 million is taxed at the 0.135%. So again, this is like a federal tax where it's progressive. The lower tiers are charged at that rate. Only the amounts above the current tier get taxed at the rate displayed. And for residential rental properties, right now, the current model, they all get charged at the 1.395%. Okay, there's only one tier. Unless exempt, they all get charged at that rate. It doesn't matter if it's a single family dwelling, that's the only property you own and you rent, or if you have 100 units, same rate for the gross receipt. And no change in the cannabis business tax. And these are our assumptions, how much revenue would be generated per class and per tier. Under 1 million, where the majority of the businesses are, including the ones under 250,000, is the first column there. Then you have the other tiers. I combined the top 3 tiers into 2.5 million and above. A small number of businesses that would fall into those top 3 tiers. And no information is included here for classes C, D, and F because they typically do not remit sales tax. And that's the only data point that we're looking at this point for our projection. Okay, since the last meeting, we did some ordinance changes. Previously, in the first document submitted, the lower rates were included in the ordinance posted in SIRE. New rates have been included in this updated ordinance. The previous ordinance also had more business classes. The updated ordinances has 11 business classes compared to 15. Additionally, further issues can be addressed by regulation and interpretation from the City Council. Again, the previous ordinance, not necessarily the backup, but the ordinance had the wrong rates, had the rates that are here in the top of this chart. The corrected ordinance has the rate and classes as included in the bottom of the chart. As you can see, the bottom chart, especially in the higher tiers, the rates for all classes are more substantial. This is part of the progressive model of the ordinance. And with that, I turn it back to LaShonda.
Thank you, Antonio. So we, as stated on July 21st, when we first brought this ordinance before the City Council for discussion and direction, we were told to really do some outreach to the business community, which we completely agreed with. But as stated, we really wanted to make sure council saw the ordinance first. And so our first opportunity was July 21st. So what we were able to do from that Tuesday night until today is that last week we were able to meet with representatives from the Council of Industries and the Chamber of Commerce. And we had, what I believe to be a good discussion and a starting point for conversations and engagement with the business community. We decided to have a virtual community meeting, and that was actually done this morning. And we asked the Council of Industries and the Chamber for some guidance on terms of what day was best, considering the tight time frame, what time was best, and they helped us figure out that today, Tuesday morning, gave everyone enough time more time to be able to share this information with members of the business community so that as many of them could participate as possible. The outreach that we did to make sure that the business community, as well as business organizations such as 23rd Street Merchants Association, Point Richmond Business Association, Richmond Main Street Council of Industries, and the Chamber of Commerce knew about this event was we sent emails directly to reps from those different organizations. We posted information on Facebook and other social media venues. We included information about the virtual meeting in the weekly report. We asked for the mayor to send it out. So every avenue that we had access to that could get the information out quickly, we tried to do. And we had over 50 participants on the call this morning. And we also posted all the information and continue to post updates onto the city's website. And then today's meeting was recorded, and so we have that available because we did a lot of Q&A. We did about 30 minutes of presentation, and then the rest of the hour was question and answer, where people were able to chat questions to us. Also, we were able to hear comments as well as questions from the business community. Next slide. So this is a high-level synopsis of the feedback that we received today from the meeting, as well as other conversations that we were able to have with the chamber and COI. So there were some questions today about the role of Lift Up Richmond, and there was some concern about what that looked like and that outside entity was really running this. But I really tried to explain that what the city asked for from our unions was to be at the table with us as we develop the budget and to help us come up with solutions. And so part of what the unions did was think about revenue measures. And we do have representatives on the call right now for this meeting from the union, as well as from Telegraph Consulting Firm, which is the firm that was hired by Lift Up Richmond to do some of this work. And also assured some of those that were concerned that Richmond was also looking at gross receipts tax and other revenue enhancement measures, the same way that Lift Up Richmond was looking at those measures. So it wasn't that they were doing it in a silo, and we were always at the table in meetings with Lift Up Richmond. There was concern that the language in the ordinance is too complicated and that additional clarification is needed. So there were questions around, where do I fit if I'm this type of business? And so, and we really got some really great feedback from the business community about areas in the ordinance in which we could provide additional clarification. So we were really thankful for that, and we asked for that continued feedback so that we can make the ordinance better. People felt like the process just was rushed. And we acknowledge that there was not as much time as we would have liked to do the outreach, to develop the ordinance, to have meaningful engagement. So we definitely acknowledge that and really wanted to make sure the business community understood that we do care about them as a business community. We have an economic development department. We're really focused on retaining and recruiting businesses that are able to thrive here in the city of Richmond. There was lots of comments about the timing of this ordinance due to the negative impacts that COVID-19 has had on businesses, and that businesses are just trying to survive right now. And that having this additional tax being brought before them for consideration and being brought before the council and the voters really isn't fair in terms of timing. They shared about the lack of authentic engagement, and part of that is really due to the timing. It wasn't that we didn't want to. As stated, we just, the timing between when we got the polling results about what actually was feasible and would do well in the polls, and when we had to turn around an ordinance was not sufficient timing to do the authentic engagement that city staff is able and capable of doing. And finally, what their recommendation was, and I feel like there was a collective recommendation, was what I heard was that people don't mind paying their fair share, right? And that there was some conversation about the current model may not be where we need to be, but what we're proposing may not be where we need to be either. That there's probably a middle ground, and that they want to establish a committee to work with the city to really dig deeper into the ordinance and look at it and be able to ask questions and make sure the ordinance is clear for everyone. And so therefore they're asking for this item not to be placed on the November 3rd ballot. And I'm sure there are individuals who are ready to share their own feedback in their own words. Next slide. So in terms of next steps, a reminder of what the recommended council action is tonight, and that is once again based on what direction we received last week, which is to bring back something for consideration for the November 3rd ballot. The options are as placed before you to adopt a resolution placing it on the November 3rd ballot, with the understanding that I do want to point out that we have built in flexibility in the ordinance for council to extend the implementation date if needed, for council to add exemptions. You can't take exemptions away, but you can add additional ones, and for council to reduce the rates. So Antonio showed you the rates that were presented on July 21st versus the rates that are included in the ordinance today, and they are different. It shows you, there's some flexibility there and ability for council to reduce rates based on the tier in which they're at, or the rate in which they're at right now. Or council can ask us to come back, make further revisions based on feedback and direction, and direct us to schedule, or staff to schedule, a special meeting for council to consider placing the measure on the November 3rd ballot. As a reminder, in terms of the timeline, the last day to place a measure on the ballot is August 7th. And then here are some additional dates that we need to just be thoughtful of. And then the final thing I just want to point out is, and of course, as the business community requested, to not place it on the November 3rd ballot at all. And to me, the difference and what's important to note is, when in the process you want to have engaged stakeholders in the business community, and then the implementation date in terms of when we start to collect revenue. So not putting it on the November 3rd ballot provides, yes, additional time to engage the stakeholders before a measure is crafted and placed on a ballot, placing it, making a decision to, but it also extends the implementation date and when we receive revenue. Placing it on the November ballot, understanding that there's flexibility for city staff or for the council to make in terms of what's included in the ordinance, gets revenue generated sooner, and the engagement of the business community happens after a decision is made to place the item on the ballot and between that date and implementation. So it's just a difference in when we engage in the process, the business community, and when we want to start bringing in revenue. So with that, our presentation is over. We thank you for your time, and thank you again to the business community that was able to participate in the call today and last week and provided feedback and input. We really do appreciate it. And we have city attorney as well as members from Lift Up Richmond and on the call. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions from council members? Councilmember Martinez. Unmute yourself, please.
Okay. Yeah. Can you tell me what the cannabis gross receipts tax is in other cities near Richmond, Berkeley, Oakland?
I don't have them. I don't have the information in front of me.
Okay, so would you estimate that this is about what other cities charge, or is it more, or is it less?
It's
you have no idea.
It's about. I mean, I've seen some a little bit higher, I've seen some lower. I've seen several at 5%. I wouldn't say the majority is 5. I don't know, but it's around there.
Okay, so you say it's a middle of the road amount. Okay, and the residential property not tiered, it seemed as if we would want to protect small mom and pop rentals, and actually get money from the larger property holders, the corporate sized rental companies.
Is that a question or?
Yeah, that was a question. Why is the residential not also tiered?
The previous version we presented last week had an option. We called it the Berkeley model, but it was a progressive model where properties owners with 5 or less parcels in Richmond got charged a lower rate, and the ones with 5 or more got charged a higher rate, and council directed to use this more simplified version.
I had asked if we could reconsider, because I think that conversation was rushed and we hadn't really had time to discuss it in all the possible facets. What other differences are there between the Berkeley model and the model that we've adopted?
That Berkeley hybrid model, that was really the only item from the Berkeley that we were looking at incorporating, was that tiered progressive model.
Okay, so then this tiered progressive model that we have for class A, B, C, D, E, and F are the same as the Berkeley model?
I don't know. No, Berkeley model is completely different. The only part of the Berkeley model we were looking at was a rental component. Right now, this is based on the proposed Oakland model.
Well, why didn't we compare the other classes with the Berkeley model? Why only the residential?
That was the only part of the Berkeley model that I guess spoke to the progressive part that you wanted to implement. I'm not sure if there's a better answer.
And I just want to add, Councilmember Martinez, that we are, happy at the direction of council to make revisions to the ordinance. So if there is a desire for us to have a more progressive rate structure there for rental properties, that we definitely can do that at the direction of council.
Yes, well, I would see that, because I think we need to capture as much revenue as possible, but at the same time, I think we need to protect the smaller rental units.
Councilor Willis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, to that vein, after we passed the Oakland model, admittedly, it wasn't made clear to me the difference between the Oakland and Berkeley one. And after we did that, I got a lot of feedback over the week about that. So I'm actually glad to see Jim Ross on a call. Can I ask him just to kind of like swiftly break down the difference between the Berkeley and Oakland model?
Sure, not a problem. It's pretty straightforward. The Berkeley model is a progressive tax with a bottom rate for units, or for landlords with 4 units or fewer, and they pay about 1%. But the key point on that is the first $250,000 of rental income would be pay the base rate of $100. So current small property owners, folks with 1 unit or maybe 2, depending on how much they charge, would actually see their total tax burden go down under this ordinance, under the Berkeley model. Then landlords with more than 4 units would pay a higher rate. It's about less than 1%, just about 0.9% higher than the Oakland rate that you guys, the council moved on last time, and they would pay the higher rate. So it really kind of creates a nice progressive structure that supports the small landlords and has large landlords pay a bit more.
Okay. And I guess the other question I'll have is because of the concerns with COVID, and let me also contextualize this by saying that I've already, a couple of years ago had complaints about smaller businesses saying that they're having a hard time paying per employee because the models are scaled up. And actually, when I look at the old business ordinance, larger businesses are actually paying less per employee than smaller businesses. And if we were to change to this kind of model, like how would a small business be able to cope because we're in a pandemic?
Right. Well, I mean, the first thing to point out is that this legislation, when it goes into effect, hopefully will be through the worst parts of the pandemic, right? Hopefully we'll be in a point where we're recovering, and we're hoping that businesses are hiring and we're trying to create jobs. What Richmond currently has is a salary tax, which has been called, by the chief economist for the city of San Francisco, a job killer. Spur, which is a business funded, does good, not a total knock, but does good work, has come out against, payroll taxes. They're really challenging because they disincentivize job creation. So this will really help, I think, especially with smaller businesses, because you don't pay the tax unless you're generating the revenue, right? So as you generate more revenue, sure, you pay more more tax, more gross receipts on that, but you have to generate that revenue first, right? So you don't, you're not cut into this situation where if I hire an employee, I now have to pay the tax, even if I'm not generating the revenue yet, right? So it's for a business, when you're making a decision about hiring an employee, you have to decide, does this person, am I going to make money off of this, right? Am I going to make a profit off of hiring this person? So that's why it's a job killer, because you have to take a chance. And under this ordinance, if you take that chance, you could end up, not only getting stuck with the cost of an employee and losing money, but also paying the tax.
You said under this ordinance, you mean under the current ordinance we already have?
Excuse me, under the current situation, you get in the situation. Yes, thank you. You get caught in the situation where you could end up paying the tax and losing money at the same time. Where under the gross receipts ordinance, if you aren't making money, you don't pay the increase in tax.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just to clarify with Ms. White and Antonio, you said that it's definitely not too late for us to make amendments right now, because I didn't know there was a distinct difference last week when I voted on the Oakland model. Otherwise, my answer would have been different in terms of a motion. But it's not too late for us to make slight amendments and modifications before this gets on the ballot.
So I will let James Atencio, if you want to comment on that. But my understanding is that the council still has the ability to make changes to the ordinance.
Sure. Yeah, the council can make changes this evening to the resolution if it chooses to adopt the resolution to put the ordinance on the ballot, or the council could also direct staff to go back with their wish list of proposed amendments and then come back next week if there's a special meeting that ends up being called by the council.
Why couldn't amendments be made tonight?
They can be. You have the option of both.
Okay. No, thank you so much. But wouldn't we have to come back? My last question. Sorry, guys. Wouldn't we have to come back for a special meeting anyway to do a second reading of the ordinance?
No, it's a resolution to put the ordinance on the ballot. So the council action is adopting the resolution, and the legislation, the ordinance is what is being put to the voters to approve. So it's not an ordinance that the council is approving.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That's actually a good distinct clarification for me. I appreciate that. I yield the floor. Thank you guys for answering my questions.
Okay, Councilor Martinez.
Yes, I wanted to make a motion, but we still have speakers, correct?
We got a lot of speakers. So.
Okay, well then I'll let the speakers go ahead.
Other questions? I had a few questions. We got a lot of input from various people. All the way, at least I got it. All the way through today, and but one question I have: when is the absolute last day that we can adopt the resolution?
So I believe the county requires that the ballot measure must be in by August 7th. So it should be, and Pam, correct me if I'm wrong, it would be August 6th.
August what?
I believe it would be August. There would be a meeting that would have to be called on August 6th.
August 6th.
Right.
August 7th is the last one.
Right. So August 6th would be the day to adopt, and then August 7th we submit it. Right, Pam?
Yes.
Okay. So some of the questions I got, I'm going to read these verbatim. Let's see. Among the questions was how taxable gross receipts would be determined, because there's no provision for that in the draft ordinance. Staff admitted that this was missing from the ordinance and needed it to be in, but said that it would be inserted later. Is that accurate?
I think something missing from that question. I mean, the definition for gross receipts is included in the ordinance. That might have been a specific situation that they were referring to that wasn't clear.
Okay. And then, let's see. Well, there were other representations that the draft ordinance is full of errors, references to schedules that are incorrect, and to code sections that have been renumbered. Is that still a problem, or has that been resolved?
So I was reviewing those questions, and I think there were a couple sections that were misnumbered or perhaps taken out of the draft that was sent to the council. So I believe we've resolved those questions. We haven't, we resolved them, I think, in the last couple of days. So we haven't provided an updated draft, but we've heard the feedback on that, and we've made the changes to the ordinance.
I turn the light on. I can't see myself. Anybody else have any questions? So I guess with that, we'll call the public speakers.
Okay, for public speakers, we have 13 calls and we have 20 comments to read into the record. And the comments received prior to the 3 o'clock deadline today, we received 126 comments in opposition of the proposed measure. We received 9 comments in support of the proposed measure. And now we will go to our callers, and each caller will have up to 2 minutes to address the council.
On the line, and you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Sorry.
The audio is messed up.
Yeah.
Hold on again, just a second, okay?
Okay, we have an issue. We're gonna go to the comments to read into the record.
This first comment is from Peter Maziak, SEIU 1021 member. I am urging the Richmond City Council to support the Lift Up Richmond plan that puts the gross receipt tax measure on the November ballot. The Lift Up Richmond Coalition has done the work to formulate a modernization to the Richmond tax structure that will support local business and create the infrastructure to support public services. The Lift Up Richmond Coalition brought together a diverse range of groups, of community groups and labor, studied 8 different tax structures, done a survey of tax rates throughout the region, brought in experts in municipal finance, and commissioned public opinion research. The result is a progressive gross receipts tax and help addresses Richmond's ongoing structural budget deficit and move the city toward a more sustainable future. Richmond's current payroll tax that charges business for every employee has been rejected by most cities because it's a job killer. A progressive business tax based on gross receipts will encourage small business growth while also providing the services our communities need to thrive. The Lift Up Richmond plan creates a rate structure which protects small property owners with large landlords paying their fair share. Currently in Richmond, all properties are charged a flat rate of $234.10, no matter the number of units. A progressive model would protect small landlords that are usually more connected to the community while making more sure large landlords contribute to the city. Richmond is a city of small businesses and local thriving industries. We cannot allow corporate interest in large landlords to thrive down this crucial legislation. Our next comment is from Sandy Saturn. My name is Leo Sandy Saturn, and I am writing on behalf of the Asian Pacific Environmental Network, APN. APN is an environmental justice organization with deep roots in Richmond's Asian immigrant and refugee community. Since 1993, we've built a membership-based Laotian refugees and have fought and won campaigns to make Richmond a healthier, just place where all people can thrive. That is why APN is urging the Richmond City Council to modernize the Richmond business tax, moving it to a progressive gross receipts tax. Big developers are continuing to build more luxury housing for the rich, driving up Richmond's rents for the rest of us. Crucial community services and jobs have been limited, and more of our families have been pushed out of Richmond. Without the proposed amendments to the business tax, our city's vibrant people and rich culture will be lost. Please take one step towards preserving what took generations to build in Richmond by supporting the gross receipts tax. Our next comment is from Angelica Howe, and I am an SEIU 1021 member. I am urging the Richmond City Council to support the Lift Up Richmond plan that puts the gross receipt tax measure on the November ballot. A progressive gross receipt tax will help address Richmond's ongoing structural budget deficit and move the city toward a more sustainable future. Richmond's current payroll tax that charges businesses for each employee has been rejected by most cities because it is a job killer. A progressive business tax based on gross receipts will encourage small businesses' growth while also providing the services our communities need to thrive. The Lift Up Richmond plan creates a rate structure which protects small property owners with large landlords paying their fair share. Currently in Richmond, all properties are charged a flat rate of $234.10, no matter the number of units. A progressive model would protect small landlords that are usually more connected to the community while making sure landlords contribute to the city. Richmond is a city of small business and local thriving industries. We cannot allow corporate interest and large landlords to strike down this crucial legislation. I have seen the City of Richmond Community Center have their budget cut, resulting in us not being able to provide as many programs as we provide to the members of the community. This has affected me and my neighbors drastically and can no longer bear the burden of continued cuts. City workers have stepped up and given back. Our communities have taken cuts to emergency services, youth programs, and street maintenance. It is time for the business community to be a part of the solution of Richmond's economic issues. Without the proposed amendments to the business tax, neighborhoods like mine will continue to have programs cut across the board. We need to provide a structure for the youth and businesses to grow in Richmond. This next comment is from Jill Perry. I am both a longtime Richmond resident and city employee. I am urging the City Council to support the Lift Up Richmond tax measure on the November ballot. Not only does the current Richmond business license tax generate insufficient revenue, it is also inequitable, especially when it comes to rental properties. Currently, a landlord with one rental unit pays exactly the same as a landlord with hundreds of rental units. The $238 annual fee currently paid by these big landlords won't even cover the cost of one emergency response to one of their properties. These large corporate landlords are already benefiting from Trump's corporate tax breaks and certainly don't need any additional subsidies from the City of Richmond General Fund made at the expense of small businesses and city workers. These same corporate interests are now opposing the Lift Up Richmond plan because they are afraid that the sweet deal they have exported for years will go away and they might actually be made to pay their fair share. The claim that there wasn't sufficient notice to the community that the city was considering placing a gross receipt tax measure on the ballot. As you all remember, the mayor brought this issue up last fall at council meetings and published a list of revenue ideas and ballot measures that was published on the city agenda. Meetings are called and public discussions were had about the various revenue proposals. We all attended those meetings. The city even voted to poll on those revenue measures last spring. These ideas were vetted for their strength through a poll, and the voters embraced the gross receipts model. This is a progressive tax on smaller businesses. Those with gross receipts under $250,000 will actually pay less than they do now, while the lion's share will be paid by the 400 largest corporations. An example is that a company right now with $64 million in gross receipts currently pays $900 in business license tax in Richmond. This same business under the Lift Up Richmond model would pay $90,000 per year, which is very similar to neighboring cities. Remember that this must be approved by the voters. This doesn't take effect for another year. The council has the ability to adjust it downward if they need to. There is no downside to this. Okay, so we're going to go to the phone.
Okay, we're going to take some phone calls now.
Okay, I have James Lee on the line. James, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council and staff. My name is James Lee. I am the President and CEO of Richmond Chamber of Commerce. We represent over 300 businesses who are members of the Chamber. I wanted to address a few topics here. Number one, I believe misinformed information that the city staff has been relaying the messages for. First, their comment stating that in hope by January 2021, that we would be in better state and the businesses will be doing well. I believe what they failed to recognize is that many of our businesses are in deferment for their loan, for the rent. And by the time January comes, many of these rent that has been deferred will come to due. And therefore, businesses are not only dealing with the pandemic, but they also have to deal with the deferment rent that has been started in January. And second, there was a comment stated by Jim stating that the more revenue means more profit. That's not necessarily true. if you ever run a business, many times more revenue means more expense. There's a fine curve between making money versus paying your expense. In fact, what was interesting is I spent many times during this pandemic calling businesses that they realize sometimes less revenue means more profits. And therefore, just because a business is producing more revenue does not necessarily mean they're making more money. And third, there's a huge misconception that this will not affect small businesses because you must generate $250,000 or more to be affected by this business tax. But what they fail to realize is that during this time, in these 2-3 days, I reached out to some of my members, and initial response is, well, James, if they do that, we're going to move out of Richmond. And what they don't realize is that when the businesses move out of Richmond, the businesses that is most affected are small businesses who rely on employees to go shopping there or employees to eat there. And in fact, I believe this is going to affect small businesses far greater than the staff has intended.
Time has expired.
Your time has expired. Thank you, James. My next caller is Sean Staubum. Sean, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Sean? Okay, go on to my next caller, Katrinka.
Yeah.
You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and staff, my name is Katrinka Ruckin. I'm speaking on behalf of the Council of Business and Industries, as well as other businesses located in Richmond. I provided a more detailed letter supported by the Richmond Chamber Industrial Association of Contra Costa County and East Bay Leadership Council, all of which have businesses and support businesses in Richmond, as well as a list of questions and errors found in the resolution and draft ordinance for your review. We're asking the City of Richmond to follow the City of Oakland and San Francisco's lead and defer a ballot measure to change Richmond's business tax structure and establish a committee to review and meet with the business community, allowing adequate time to review the economic impact. Overall, this is ill-timed during the current pandemic where many Richmond businesses have been impacted and quite frankly are having a difficult time reaching their accountants, et cetera, to even come up with a good in-depth analysis of the impact of this. There's been no review of similar cities' business tax licenses that have been done. There was a mention briefly of Berkeley, but only for a few classes. Questions remain outstanding as to how businesses should interpret the ordinance. The business community has had only 3 days to review this draft ordinance. The idea was circulated in December, but the actual ordinance language and how it would impact the classes of business only came out 3 business days ago. The first one was 7 business days ago, and that changed dramatically. The current resolution and draft ordinance are fraught with errors and misrepresentations, making it difficult to determine the impact on the businesses. Mr. Antencio said that some of these were corrected. However, no business has seen this correction. There were sections that were referring to other language which would impact a rate decision. However, there's no sections. So we sure like to see this updated draft. And as Mr. Lee said, this will be a business killer. There will be businesses that leave. They told us so, and this will impact our smaller businesses, unfortunately.
Your time has expired. Thank you, Katrinka. My next caller is Mike Parker. Mike, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Mike Parker, Richmond resident, member of the Richmond Progressive Alliance. I attended the Business Council business meeting this morning to hear what some of the complaints were. I'd like to point out, first of all, that this is not just putting it off for a month or two. If we don't have it on the November ballot, that means that it cannot be voted on for 2 more years, which means that we will not get any income from these changes until 2024. Furthermore, another person has already explained how this has been before the public for over a year, people talking about it. I point out that there was council session after council session discussing the budget where everybody was saying we are going to look at one of these things in order to increase revenues as well as make cuts in order to balance the budget. So where were, in all this period of time with the city in financial crisis, where were the proposals from the business community on balanced budgeting and what we should do? There were none. They basically sat back on it. Nor do we hear support from the business community for schools and community first initiative. In other words, the business community only comes forward on these questions at the point where we might change the taxation to a fair taxation process, where we don't tax poor people more than we tax wealthy people, where we don't tax small businesses more than we don't than large businesses. So this particular proposal has provisions for adjustment, so we can discuss some of these things and problems. That's one of the good things about it. It doesn't really go into effect for over a year, so there's plenty of time to make those adjustments in the council. But if we don't do it, then what we're going to do is delay until 2024. Not passing it, I mean, it's not perfect. I agree with people who have said it's not perfect, but nothing's perfect. And not passing it and making us wait for 4 years.
Your time has expired. Thank you, Mike. And my next caller is Sean Staubum. Sean, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Sean Staubum. I'm with IFPT Local 21. And I'm urging the Richmond City Council and Mayor to please support the Lift Up Richmond plan that puts the progressive gross receipts tax measure on the November ballot. I want to emphasize that city workers are struggling to meet service demands, both of residents and businesses.
Laura, why you fix
They
that?
face staff reductions,
Well, I don't know.
layoffs, years of labor concessions, year after year deferrals of building maintenance and equipment repairs, and ever-growing workloads in the city. Workers are doing their best to keep up, but the dedicated staff who remain in Richmond can't meet the demands for services that both businesses and residents need. Having said this, cleaner streets and parks, safer communities, and more robust services for youth are all within reach. A progressive gross receipts tax will help address Richmond's ongoing structural budget deficit and move the city toward a more sustainable future. And it does it by providing Richmond small businesses a reduction in their business tax rate, while asking its larger businesses and large landlords to pay their fair share to support city services. It's a fair approach. Of course, there is opposition and understandable anxiety from the business community. Their voices matter too. And that's why the ordinance would not take effect until July 2021. And it gives the city council authority to change proposed business tax rates downward if they agree there's a need. Let's not forget it also has to go to voters and be voted on by the people. There's time for discussions to take place, but we can't allow big corporate interests and large landlords to strike down this crucial legislation the city's residents need, and that would actually help us improve the city and make it a better place to live and do business. I ask you, for Richmond residents who are in need of city services, to support letting Richmond voters make this decision by placing the measure on the November election ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Elsa Stevens. Elsa, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Elsa Stevens speaking for ACE. Why would a business be against getting rid of payroll taxes? Why would a business be against having mom and pop landlords pay less tax? Why would a business want small businesses to continue to pay too much tax? No matter what you do tonight, there's plenty of time for big business to beg for exceptions. We need to put it on the ballot. The COVID pain will last a very long time. It's caused by this pain caused by the mismanagement of the pandemic. We need this new tax structure now, not in 2023. The Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment says, get her done.
My next caller is Paul Ibanez. Paul, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, hi, my name is Paul Ibanez. I'm a small business owner in the city of Richmond. I've actually purchased a business that's been working within Richmond for the past 20 years. One of my biggest customers is the city of Richmond. I've heard my characterization of big corporate business and big entities in this meeting tonight. I'm telling you, I am a definition of a small business owner. and I'm going to be clear. If this ordinance went into effect and this gross receipts went into effect, my business tax would increase by 17-fold if I were to hit the number that I was planning to this year. In worst case, it will go by 12-fold. I would make a business decision that would say, do I do business in the city of Richmond, or do I do it in one of my other areas that I already have offices too? Because I'm not going to get penalized for trying to create a viable business in the city of Richmond. And so you've heard it from several speakers and comments, and I sent a comment last week. I would seriously consider leaving the city of Richmond, doing business in the city of Richmond, if you were to impose this. As you've heard, we're not opposed to helping in helping cities generate revenue, but one of the comments on the PowerPoint that was business is saying so somewhat rushed. I got an email last night telling me about this meeting today at 10:30. Less than 12 hours notice to participate. And I can tell you, as a business owner, I don't give anybody a 12-hour ability to come in and interrupt my schedule. Take us off the ballot. Let's talk about this like reasonable people. We can come to a different conclusion how we do this, but it's not about being a job killer. This is about being a business killer. That's what this ordinance will do. And I want you to hear it from a small business owner. Don't characterize it any other way. It's just a small business owner from the city of Richmond telling you what this will do to me. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Alex Zobel. Alex, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm one of the owners of Armistice Brewing Company here in Richmond. Frankly, we're all going to have to pitch in here to help close this budget shortfall, and I just want to encourage my fellow business owners to help shoulder that burden collectively with our community in what is a very difficult time for many of our neighbors and for us, many of our customers and many of our regulars. I support the gross receipts tax, and I'm saying that as a business owner who will be paying that tax. I think this is one of the more progressive ways to close the shortfall. If your business brings in more money, you'll pay a higher rate. If your business is struggling, you'll be paying a lower rate. And most businesses are small enough that they'll be paying less than they currently are. With unemployment hovering around 14% in Contra Costa, I think that's what I heard at the Board of Supervisors meeting today. Now is not the time to disincentivize hiring by yoking business taxes to unemployment or to employment, and that's the current setup. And you can see that many cities are moving away from this, and I think we should join that trend. So I view the gross receipts tax as a step forward. I'm sympathetic to the argument that it doesn't account for businesses that have high gross income but operate at much lower profit margins. And most restaurants, I believe, fall into this category. Obviously, I'd love to see some kind of mechanism built into it that protects lower profit margin businesses, as well as like the smallest businesses. Everyone thinks they're a small business, but truly the smallest businesses and new businesses. I'd also love to see some equity mechanisms built into it that incentivize business owners to hire Richmond residents, and that relieve entrepreneurs of color who have historically had less access to capital in the form of loans and intergenerational wealth. I think we should be thinking of every fiscal policy as a tool to advance equity, and I think the gross receipts tax, maybe isn't crossing the finish line, but it is definitely a start. And I appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you. My next caller is Ilana Clark. Ilana, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Ilana. Okay, I'll go to my next caller is Mike Vasilis. Mike, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Mike Vasilis. I'm a resident of Richmond Annex. I'm a small business owner and a housing provider in the city of Richmond. I'm calling tonight to stand up for the small business and small housing provider community in our city. Request the city council makes the right decision. First, this proposal until the health and economic crisis is ended. Community advocates and myself spent the weekend trying to visit with and reach out to as many small businesses in the city, doing what the city did not do, which is adequately inform the business community that this tax proposal was on the table. It was hard to see the faces of the many owners in disbelief that even more financial hardship could be in front of them at this time and put forth by the very cities they contribute so well to. Maybe this tax proposal won't grossly affect their business. Maybe it will force them to close their doors for good or lose their property. Without this knowledge, without trying to figure out what the exact impact will be on our business community, the city and the City Council is in no position to be making effective decisions. We understand that the city is facing financial hardship, but many of us are. If we're all in together, we need to act like it. This is not a time to be pushing unvetted tax policy upon your small businesses and completely leaving them out of the drafting process with only 1 week's notice to chime in. It's not perfect, but nothing's perfect. We can fix it later. We've heard all this before 4 years ago, and the small housing providers of the city have been suffering ever since. I urge the council to make the right decision, defer this, push it off, so we have more economic stability and we can all weigh in on this proposal and figure out what works for all of us. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. My next caller is Ilana Clark. Ilana, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Ilana Clark. I'm a Richmond resident and a Richmond housing provider, a very small housing provider. I have a duplex. Under this tax reassessment, my tax will go from $234 to $636. It may not seem like a lot to you, but when your quote profit unquote at the end of the year is a little over $800, it's kind of a chunk. Housing providers, as I remind you again, cannot legally pass this through in any fraction to our renters. If you ask the rent program, they'll probably tell you that a housing provider could always apply for a fair return raise. And this process, you should know, starts with a 22-page form. The end result is hundreds of hours and hundreds of pages and many months for a fraction of the cost of the tax increase. If you're successful, really the application is a barrier, and fair return in Richmond under rent control is a farce. So that doesn't work. This is a tax on our community. I am not for layoffs, but furloughs have not been discussed as it has been implemented in El Cerrito. As far as I can tell, no one has discussed this in a public forum in Richmond. Everyone has to be in this together if we're going to get through. That means everyone takes some of the loss and we can all survive. Are we in this together? I'm asking you. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Hakeem Johnson. Hakeem, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm Hakeem Johnson from Chevron. To say these past few months have been challenging will be an understatement. The pandemic and recession has forced families, businesses of all sizes, and government to make difficult decisions that will have lasting impacts. Thank you for your thoughtful support thus far. As you rush a complex and untested new tax on Richmond businesses, please consider taking a thoughtful pause and following Oakland's lead by establishing a working group to study the impacts of the proposed tax with a goal for consideration on the 2022 ballot. We understand the need to identify revenue solutions and make tough cost control decisions. However, adding a rush tax in the middle of a pandemic-induced recession will have unforeseen consequences on our community and city revenue. Richmond businesses are doing their best to stay open and keep their staff employed and safe, while offering services to residents and sales tax revenue to the city. This tax increase could deter people and businesses from purchasing from Richmond's small and medium-sized businesses and cause businesses to flee Richmond for our neighboring communities such as Oakland. This is a time when we should look for ways to assist Richmond businesses to ensure they can survive and continue employing people and contributing to our economy. Please, take the sufficient time to study this complex new tax and engage with the business community and public to make this right for Richmond. I ask again that the council follow Oakland's lead, postpone the ballot measure until 2022, actively engage businesses, and fully study the impact of the proposed tax. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Gabriel Highland. Gabriel, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Gabriel?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was muting muting it. Hi, my name's Gabriel Holland. I'm with SEIU 1021, and I'm urging the Richmond City Council to support the Lift Up Richmond plan that puts the gross receipts tax on the November ballot. Progressive gross receipts tax will help address Richmond's ongoing structural budget deficit and move the city towards a more sustainable future. I would specifically like to start out by urging the council to amend the current resolution to increase the tax for large landlords and lower the rate for small landlords. For obvious reasons, I think it was noted in earlier conversations that many of the council members didn't understand that they were adopting a flat rate through the Oakland model, and that by changing it to a progressive model, they would be helping small landlords and also getting large corporate landlords to pay their fair share. I'd like to address the critique about timing. I would note that it's extremely important to remember that the measure won't go into effect until next year, and that the council can continue to meet and discuss these items to address whatever tweaks or changes in the regulations they need to make. I'd also like to note that it'll be a year from now, and the pandemic will, for most experts saying, will be over by next year. There's plenty of time for discussion with stakeholders over the next year to ensure that the measure meets the needs of the business community. I'd also like to point out that the discussion of the gross receipts tax was on the city agenda last fall, again this spring when the council voted to pull on revenue measures, and also point out that we presented it, and I believe I presented it at least twice during the budget discussion, and we mentioned it repeatedly over the last 2 months that we were focusing on gross receipts. To suggest that this came out of nowhere, sort of, in my mind, flies in the face of reality.
Your time has expired. Thank you, Gabriel. And that was my last caller.
Okay, we have comments to read into the record. This first comment is from Laura Mango. Dear council members, I would like to speak in support of the proposed progressive business tax. The current system, which is based on the number of employees, doesn't make sense, and it creates a disincentive for businesses to hire, which means fewer local jobs for Richmond. The new proposal removes a potential barrier to job creation in Richmond. Also, with the new proposed tax structure, which is progressive, small businesses will be protected while large businesses contribute a greater share. This is important because we want to protect small, local Richmond-owned businesses from burdensome taxes. Finally, it is critically important that we raise revenue for the city, and this progressive tax is a fair and simple way to achieve that goal. For these reasons, because it helps our city, because it protects small businesses, and because it helps generate jobs, I urge you to also support this proposed tax. Thank you.
The following individuals share the same views: Ana Gonzalez, Flora Back, Sandra Aldaba, Astrid Jerez, Luz Diaz, Jose Murillo, Asuncion Carmona, Jose Palma, and Juan Lara. All were urging the Richmond City Council to modernize the Richmond business tax and support the Lift Up Richmond plan. Richmond's current payroll tax that charges business for every employee has been rejected by most cities because it's a job killer. A progressive business tax based on gross receipts will encourage small business growth while also providing the services our communities need to thrive. Richmond is a city of small businesses, small landlords, and local thriving industries. We cannot allow corporations and large landlords to defeat this crucial legislation. A progressive gross receipts tax will help address Richmond's ongoing structural budget deficit and move the city toward a more sustainable future. We must protect small business and property owners and hold corporations accountable to pay their fair share. The Lift Up Richmond plan protects small properties and those with affordable housing, recognizing large landlords must pay their fair share. Currently in Richmond, all properties are charged at a rate of $234.10 per location. We need a progressive tax on rental property so small landlords pay less than big corporate landlords. This change will help deal with Richmond's ongoing structural deficit. For the future of our city, please support the gross receipts tax. Currently, the structure is based on the number of employees rather than the gross receipts of a business. This means there is a disincentive in Richmond for businesses to hire additional employees rather than based on the gross receipts of the business with the looming fear that their taxes will increase when hiring more employees. Communities have dealt with continued cuts in services. City workers have stepped up and given back. It's time for the business community in Richmond to be part of the solution. Our next comment is from Harry Baker. I am a co-chair of Contra Costa, COPE, the political arm of SEIU Local 1021 in the campus. SEIU Local 1021 represents over 400 Richmond employees. Our members and city employees generally have sacrificed to assist Richmond in resolving its serious budget issues. Our communities have lost crucial services, including youth programs. Parks and street maintenance are suffering. We are asking the City Council to place gross receipts tax measure on the November ballot. The business community can and should be more significant part of the solution to Richmond's economic issues. A progressive business tax based on gross receipts will encourage small business growth while providing the services our communities need to thrive, and will protect small landlords while making sure large landlords contribute their fair share. Thank you. Our next comment is from Gail McLaughlin. My name is Gail McLaughlin. Sorry I cannot call in tonight, but thank you to the City Clerk's office for reading this. I urge you to put the gross receipts tax measure on the November ballot. The current business license fee is a flat fee of $234.10. So businesses small and large pay the same amount no matter how much money they bring in. This isn't fair. Small businesses should pay less, and that is what this measure accomplishes. Under this measure, most businesses under $250,000 in gross receipts will only pay $100, which is less than half of what they are paying now. Larger businesses will pay more, which is how it should be. Small businesses should not carry the same tax burden as larger businesses making large profits. For landlord properties, we should protect smaller landlords with the larger landlords paying more. Right now, a landlord with a duplex pays the same flat fee as those having a building with 100 units. In addition, the current structure is a payroll tax, which disincentivizes small businesses from adding new employees since there's an additional amount charged per employee. That is why payroll taxes are often called job killers, and that is why most cities have rejected this kind of structure. Please pass this ballot measure with a progressive tax system to protect small businesses and small landlords. By amending Richmond's business tax structure in this way, using Berkeley's progressive model, we will generate $8.1 million in additional revenue. This money is sorely needed by our community for valuable services that will allow our youth, seniors, and working families to thrive. Thank you for hearing my comment. This next comment is from Jane Corrent. I support the gross receipts tax measure as a great way for Richmond to increase revenue at this difficult time. The smallest businesses in Richmond would see their taxes reduced, much larger corporations' taxes would rise. Switching from a payroll to a gross receipts tax could raise up to $8.9 million in additional revenues and create jobs. Such a tax could be made even more progressive by creating a rate structure which protects small property owners instead of them paying the same flat rate as much larger landlords, often those who do not live in Richmond. Current polling so far shows that 68% of Richmond residents support a progressive business tax. Let's do this. Our next comment is from Lizandra Perez Lozano. I would like to speak about the above agenda item. Business owners and non-business owners are all suffering during these times, and yet someone in the city decides to propose something to kick us all while we are down. Why don't we look elsewhere for the money that is needed, like in reducing your paychecks as well as your benefits? It is because the city does not want to be bothered, and instead you elect to take them from the people who make the city of Richmond. The city of Richmond, please reconsider what you guys are proposing. Thank you. Our next comment is from Christina Redzi. I joined many Richmond business owners on the Zoom call today regarding the proposed business tax measure. It is completely clear that Richmond needs and deserves a lot more time to consider the impact of such sweeping tax changes. Why would any group be urging our city to rush something like this, especially without any meaningful engagement of our business community or city-specific research on the potential impact through time? If Richmond businesses relocate or fold as a result of these tax changes, the city could actually end up losing tax revenue. As others have pointed out, cities who have gone this route spent years studying the potential impacts on their cities prior to enacting these kinds of broad-reaching tax changes. That this high-stakes process is being rushed is bad enough, but that it's rushed during an active state of emergency due to COVID-19. It's hard to comprehend. Please ensure we take the time to study this thoroughly as it relates to Richmond, not some other city. Please take the time to gather input from Richmond businesses and draw from their experience and expertise. Richmond residents and businesses will be well served by a deliberate and thorough consideration of this kind of far-reaching proposal. I respectfully request you vote against putting this measure on the November ballot. And our final comment is from Fred Zimmerman. I would like to request that the council please reconsider moving forward at this time with the proposed changes to the business tax license structure. As you're aware, businesses are facing difficult times during the pandemic, and it is disturbing that the city of Richmond is considering an increase in taxes while many struggle to pay staff, recent and rent and bills. This will hurt our local businesses and community even more and worse than the unemployment crisis. An overhaul of the business tax structure should be discussed thoroughly with the Richmond business community, as it will have overwhelming impacts on our local economy. This is not something that should be rushed in a week's time and based on a neighboring municipality's work. All who will be impacted should be included in all discussions. While Richmond is not Oakland, please follow their lead in creating a blue ribbon committee that represents all businesses in the city of Richmond. I thank you for your time and consideration. That was our final comment.
Okay, are there any follow-up questions from council members?
I just got one question, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to know, when was this initially initiated? Was it 1 or 2 months ago?
Councilor Bates, I'm going to take a shot at responding to that because I, like a lot of people, am not happy with the timing on this. You may recall back, I believe in December of last year, I brought a resolution to the city council authorizing staff to work on one or more potential revenue measures, including several ballot measures. And the city council passed that unanimously, and they also passed an appropriation of $50,000 to pay for polling and to pay for professional advice on it. And at that point in time, I felt like that we were kind of behind schedule, but my impression was that that city staff would work on these measures, and that that we would ultimately retain a pollster to poll them, like what was done here. That didn't happen. What happened was city staff basically turned the whole process over to this organization called Lift Up Richmond, which is made up of the city's public employee unions and a bunch of nonprofits like ACE and APIN and so forth. And so what happened was the city totally lost control of the process. Somebody else was handling it. And so they knew they had to get this on the ballot, like right now. But instead of moving expeditiously, they dragged their feet. And what happened was the first time any of us saw this draft was last week. And I think the complaints of the business community are legitimate, you know. People, they are the ones who are being taxed. They are the ones who are going to, going to have to pay for this. And yet nobody asked anybody in the business community for any input on this, until less than 7 days ago. And I got to tell you, that's just not right. Now, let me tell you what the impact is. I don't think anybody in the business community minds paying more money to help Richmond out. But I'll just give you an example. Let's take a small professional services firm. Could be accountants, could be consultants, could be whatever. Let's say their gross receipts are about $3.5 million a year. Well, let's say 25 let's say $2.5 million a year. Right now, they pay a minimum tax of about $234, and then they pay additional tax of about a little less than $50 per employee. So a firm like that, let's say $2.5 million a year with, with maybe 15 employees, they're going to end up paying less than $1,000 a year in tax. Under this new scheme, they're going to start out by having to pay $10,500 plus additional thousands of dollars, based on what their gross receipts are over $2.5 million. So they could easily go from having a tax of say $600-700 a year to having a tax of as much as $15,000 a year. Now, when this started out, I thought people were going to take a look at what Berkeley was doing. And I just pulled up the Berkeley tax, again, for a professional office in Berkeley, you would pay a minimum tax of $51. And then you'd pay an additional tax of, hang on just a second here. There you go. You'd pay an additional tax of $3.60 per $1,000. In the proposed tax for Richmond, your minimum tax is again, if let's say if you're up to $2.5 million, your minimum tax is not $51, it's $10,500. And then your additional tax is like $5.10 per $1,000, which is not quite twice what Berkeley's is. I like the idea of looking at Berkeley for several reasons. One is it's right next door. Second of all, they've been doing this for several years and it hasn't put Berkeley out of business. I don't know where the people who put this tax together got their numbers, but they're shocking. They really are shocking. So I think, I'm sorry, it was a long-winded answer to your question, but the answer to your question was, we had plenty of time to do this right and to bring in the business community and to talk about it. But what happened is we didn't do that. We turned the process totally over to somebody else outside the city's control, and they brought us a draft ordinance a week ago. I mean, that's the bottom line. So sorry for the long-winded response, but if somebody else wants to respond to it.
Well, that's your response, but I'd like to hear from the staff.
Right, I'm sure you would. So let's hear it from staff.
I will start. In December, the mayor is correct. He did have an item that went before City Council directing city staff to implement, research a variety of different revenue measures and options. And I will admit for this one, staff did not move in a timely manner. And so by the time I think we really got started and really thought about what could revenue measures look like, which may have been around March, February, late February, March, we had already been having conversations with the bargaining units in development of the budget. And so they had been at the table and there was a lot of conversation about how can the bargaining units provide support, what are they offering? And so the bargaining units were actually moving with the Lift Up Richmond Coalition. And I know some of them are on this call and they can confirm this while we were having budget meetings. And so when we staff finally were ready and created an RFP to do polling, Lift Up Richmond was further ahead than we were. And so to have the city and another organization doing polling on the same types of revenue measures, which we had come up with, separately, it didn't make sense. You can't have two polls out there for the same type of measure. So at that point, there was a decision made that we would have a liaison from our city staff. So Antonio attended the Lift Up Richmond meetings to help coordinate and make sure the Richmond voice was at the table as they were already moving forward, had already moved forward, was further along than we were with this process. So we can't go back in time. We did not move as quickly as we should have to provide the amount of time that we would have needed based on when the mayor gave direction to city staff. Vice Mayor Bates, you're muted.
Well, I appreciate your response. The problem is that we never included the business community in the first place. And you just can't go, in my opinion, to go and do a tax ballot measure without getting all the stakeholders and getting their viewpoint. And they probably could have come up, I think, with a better proposal than what you presented thus far. You just can't let the unions dominate it because they have their own special interests. But including everyone involved, I think would have probably produced a better ballot measure. So from my position at this point, I'm not supportive of it. I think we should go back and get the complete inclusionary of all of those involved and come back with a ballot measure at a later time that's more representative of the total community and not just the unions.
Anybody else have comments?
Yeah. I think the basic concept of a gross receipts tax is really what most people think is already being paid. I mean, most people think that is what tax is. Most people would be surprised to think that businesses pay in a way that disincentivizes employing people. So I'm in basic philosophy, I'm very much with this. I would like to hear more from staff about exactly how much flexibility we have to amend these taxes and perhaps do our due diligence now and make sure that we leave ourselves enough room, because I'm not particularly happy with the idea of having to wait 3 more years to modernize our tax system. Does staff have any, can they expand on the levels of flexibility? I know I'm asking a lot, but perhaps give some creative options on how to proceed. Use up the time we have until August 7th, perhaps have a special meeting after. I think at this point, everybody has come to the table and is very well motivated to actually engage in this process. So maybe we should take use of the time we have now, because I think putting it off for 3 years is not particularly reasonable. And also, let's keep in mind, we're not imposing this tax. We're putting it up to the voters. So does staff have any creative insights onto how we can utilize the flexibility built into the legislation, and maybe do it within the time we have?
Thank you, Councilmember Choi, for your question, and I will ask James to help respond to that and to correct me if I am wrong, but some of the areas in which we do have flexibility or the council has flexibility even after the ordinance is placed on the ballot, is in terms of implementation date. So right now written in is July 2021. There's flexibility to push that out if needed. There is flexibility to reduce the rates that are set. You can't increase them, but you can reduce them. And then you can add exemptions. There are some built in, but you could add additional ones. So James, can you confirm if I am correct and add additional?
Sure. Yeah, all that is correct, LaShonda. And also, Councilmember Choi, you seem to suggest, doing something between now and next week. Obviously, the council, or obviously, but we indicated in our agenda report that the council could direct staff to go back and, work with the business community and work on further revisions, and to come back, next week with a final version based on input from the business community, from the council members, et cetera, with the final version for the council to adopt, to put to the voters. Those are all options that are available.
And if I can, I'm sorry, really quickly, by the time, if we did an extra meeting to say it was next Tuesday, that would give us 2 days to actually incorporate changes. What we could do, I think, in 2 days is clean up the language and make sure corrections were made. If there was some direction provided tonight in terms of different structures, we could do that. But in terms of having a lot additional engagement in 2 days, I think it's unfair to think that that is going to happen in the way in which it needs to authentically, so that it's placed on Inspire.
I'm with you. I would amend what I'm saying is, can we put in place something before the 7th that leaves the door open on beginning a process of engagement? Because in a sense, we can utilize the flexibility for close to a year, right? I mean, we can actually get a lot of engagement done, but can we have the language can we have the language in an open-ended enough way that it doesn't completely slam the door? I mean, in a sense, this is a failure it's too little time to get what we need to get done. But more than that, we should use the time we have and be able to leave the door open with the business community so they can confidently think that we're doing our due diligence kind of on the run.
Right, and I would say that the ordinance is already drafted with language that has that as much flexibility as possible to allow for those changes. The big legal hurdle is that the council can't turn around and increase the rates or take away exemptions. But really, other than that, though, there is flexibility built into the ordinance already.
Can we cut and paste something like rates no higher than? Part of it is, in order to engage the community, we can't give them something that makes people scared or mad, or scared and mad.
Yeah.
So I feel like many times we've cut and pasted other people's ordinance that just kind of do nothing but inspire fear and anger. And so if we can get something into enough shape where we can invite the kind of engagement to use the time we have, I think that would be the best way to proceed.
And I would actually be more supportive of coming back for a special meeting after giving staff more direction to kind of flesh this out. I know it's not as much time, but as I said before, I most definitely understand the philosophy and and support the philosophy behind the gross receipt tax. But as it's currently written, my problem stands at 4 points, and of course the time crunch, and as well as the community engagement is of course one of them. But then also it's so flawed and it needs to be fleshed out that we're going to end up amending it to the point where we're going to be asking people to vote for a ballot measure that's not going to be, so to speak. So we're going to come back and we're probably going to change it now, and then we're going to change it again after people vote on it. And I don't think that's right to campaign on a ballot measure that's going to change, and the details are going to change. And then also, I don't think that there was much consideration for the impact that COVID is having on the business community. And last week I made the statement that during when we were talking about extending the eviction moratorium, I felt as though we were trying to legislate the end of a pandemic. And now I feel like we're trying to legislate as if we're not in a pandemic. And so I'm just, I understand, but timing is everything. And I am for giving it more time because I am for the philosophy. However, as it's presently written, I also see it as kind of like the real estate transfer tax that was pushed a few years back. and how this was supposed to bring the city millions of dollars overnight. And no one really studied the market that we were going to be taxing. And it didn't yield the results that we promised the voters that it would yield. And so for me, not only is this being done in a rushed manner, but it's being done haphazardly. I feel like other jurisdictions had the time and are still taking time to create something that's tailor-made and fixed to their current situation, whereas we're scrambling to copy their results, but not their process.
So one question I forgot to ask is what were the tax rates in this draft ordinance based on? I've been looking at both Berkeley and Oakland that have gross receipts taxes, and the ones in our proposed ordinance is much higher than either of theirs. As a matter of fact, theirs are the same in a lot of areas, but they're a whole lot less than ours. So who came up with the schedule and what was it based on? Anybody? Does anybody know?
This is a schedule that was being proposed to be used in Oakland that has been tabled for now.
Well, so it wasn't based on anything that's actually in place now, right?
Correct.
I mean, that's a big mistake. I mean, it's one thing to tell your business community, look, we're going to put an item on the ballot that's very similar to Oakland or Berkeley. You know, it's working there. And instead, we took the aggressive route and took one that's like many times what Oakland and Berkeley is. And nobody has one like this. And I just don't understand why we decided to be so incredibly aggressive right off the bat. I'm inclined not to support this, but if we could take a week and we could go back and look at Oakland and Berkeley's existing ordinances and dial back some of these tax rates to be closer to what they have, I think it's something I could support.
Mr. Mayor, can I
Councilman
speak?
Martinez and then Willis.
Oh, thank you.
Unmute yourself, Eduardo.
No, timing is everything, and the timing for this is now. We need the revenues to keep the city afloat. We have a abysmal structural deficit that needs to be taken care of. The reason I asked for the rates in Berkeley as compared to the rates in Berkeley was basically to address your very question, how do these rates compare to the rates in other cities? So I would move that we adopt this with the stipulation that we move towards the more progressive tax rate, using the Berkeley model, going with a more progressive tax rate and one that reflects the tax rate in other cities.
I'll second that motion.
Well, do you mean, so are you talking about bringing it back in a week after we tweak it, or are you talking about doing it after we adopt it?
I'm talking about I'm talking about doing it after we adopt it. I mean, it's one thing to adopt something and then come back with something more stringent. But I don't think anyone could have any argument with coming back with something that is less taxing.
Well, Councilmember Martinez, just to clarify, are you talking about changing the rate structure after we adopt it? Because it sounded like what I heard from staff, we could change and go and switch, because first of all, let me just say, I think we made a mistake last week. It was almost like lack of direction in terms of the Oakland model versus the Berkeley model. Sounds like staff is saying we can do both. We can change that model and still, whether it's through a special meeting next week or even change the model and amend it now to put it on the November ballot. Is that what you're suggesting, or you're suggesting that we somehow put some on November ballot doesn't say it, and then come back to that afterwards.
I'm saying that, well, what I would like to see is, I feel the urgency of getting something books.
I agree.
And that's that's what I'm moving with. But and in that urgency, I would like to see us, agreeing to move with this, with the knowledge that we will come up with a rate that is as progressive as possible, but also as more in line with the taxation systems of other cities around us that have gross receipts.
And I just wanted to clarify, and just so everyone's clear, and James can kind of add in here, as I know he's very familiar with the draft ordinance, but my understanding is that the council can add exemptions later once the ordinance, when it goes to the voters, if it's adopted, and certain rates can be decreased. But if the whole overall structure and larger changes are made, those are things that staff should bring back next week before, because I think there's certain limits to the amount of flexibility that's baked into the proposed ordinance. James, do you want to add anything
that's
to
correct.
that?
Nope, that's correct.
Well, okay, with that in mind, I want this to have as many votes as possible, and I see a movement towards making the changes before we adopt it. So I will withdraw my motion and instead replace it with a motion to bring it back with a progressive schedule based on the Berkeley model, but with rates that are similar to Berkeley's, but fashioned to the economics of Richmond.
I'll say, and to have a special meeting next week to approve that, so it'll be approved before August 7th. I'll second that.
And when you say, Councilmember Martinez, and when you say tailored to the economics of Richmond, are you referring to when staff had mentioned that they can spend the next 2 days fleshing out with the business community some of the flaws and discrepancies that we currently have?
What I'm saying is that whatever can be done before we have to have our special session should be done. I mean, if staff doesn't have the capacity to do it, then they can't do it. But that shouldn't stop us from moving forward.
I think it needs to be clear that that is part of the path moving forward before I can support that.
So so that's your motion, Councilor Martinez, right?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
Yeah, I seconded it.
Okay. That's something I can support. I think if we can, it's not a matter of rewriting the whole ordinance, but basically there's a table in there. And if you go look at the Berkeley and Oakland ordinance and try to make our table look more like theirs, and if people like the Berkeley model better, that's fine. But I think that it's something that's relatively easy to do. It's just substituting one table for another.
So I guess Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I just wanted to ask staff if they had the capacity to do the 2 days of engagement that Ms. White had mentioned.
We can do our absolute best to reach out to the business community tonight to see what type of engagement we can do between Wednesday and Thursday, and it will also depend on when the special meeting is. Actually, we don't need 72 hours. I guess we can post 24 hours in advance. So it just will depend. But we will do our best to engage the business community and have conversations.
And I'm
I trust you, Ms. White. So.
And as part of that discussion, I think I'm hearing a little bit of difference of opinion in council, and I want to make sure that we have clear direction to bring you the best possible draft. So part of the flexibility that we can have no matter what is always to lower the rates in the future. We don't have to, all we would have to put into the ballot measure and to the specific language would be the highest level of rates that you potentially might want to consider. So I'm hearing a couple of different things from different council members, and that you want to have rates that are similar to what's already in place in other communities, as opposed to what has been proposed in other communities. I'm also hearing a desire to have the ability to maximize revenue, but lower those rates if possible. So those are really actually two different things. And I think we need a little bit more discussion and direction about if you want us to kind of go to this higher sort of maximum.
The second suggestion is what I had in mind.
Okay, so the ordinance would actually have higher rates, and then we could spend the next 6 months. We would spend the next 2 days intensively trying to communicate with the business community, but we would then still have an additional period of time for engagement with the business community, and come back to the council months from now about what the rates might ultimately be. Is that what I'm
Correct.
hearing?
Yes.
But to add a little bit of color to this, I think it's very important that putting in the highest numbers is not a boilerplate kind of way we go about this, because we want engagement over the next 6 months. And if we just put the highest numbers one can conceive of, then we're not going to get engagement. We're going to get resistance, and we're going to get anger. And so I would suggest that you do a few things with any data set. Take a data set, look at each one of those tiers that form the tax structure, and look at examples. And if if a company in any of those given tiers, an example company in any of those given tiers is paying more than 10 times, if a small business is paying 10 times what it would be paying now, then you know that the number is too high. Just basic common sense safeguards like that, I think, is what we want with the numbers. We could have numbers that are on the high side that we lower, but they still need to be within a reasonable level so that we can get engagement and support in the community.
I think that's understood.
Say again?
I think that's understood.
Yeah.
If it was understood, we wouldn't have what we have now, would we?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I think we're on the right track. I'm leery of passing something that has really high rates with the idea that we're going to tweak it down later on. You lose we've got a situation now where there's some momentum to make some changes. Once it passes, you lose that. And I think we've got a week to get this right, and we got some good models. The Berkeley model is a good model, and if ours is a little higher than Berkeley, I don't have a problem with that. But when you're talking 10 or 15 times higher, or 25 times higher, that's a problem. So
agreed.
Yeah. So I think we're ready to vote on this unless somebody has another suggestion.
I have a question, Mr.
City manager has a question.
I just want to clarify that in the this alternative model that you're talking about, 100% of the additional income comes from rental property. So there's $4 to $5 million in additional potential revenue that's all from rental property. So I just want to be clear that there's full understanding of the impact of this decision to change models from Oakland to Berkeley.
Well, I don't want to be argumentative, but one of the things staff has told us that their projections are based on sales taxes. And a lot of companies don't pay sales taxes. Again, you look at professional service firms, they don't pay sales taxes. So when you make projections, you're not even looking at them, but they're going to pay a lot more taxes than they're paying now. And so I'm not going to criticize staff for poor projections, because I think you did the best of what you have. But I don't think anybody can really predict how this is going to turn out because we don't have a database to work from. It's just like that. It's just like, as somebody mentioned before, it's like the real estate transfer tax, you know. Staff took their best shot at trying to predict what it would be. You know, it turned out they missed it by 100%. So anyway.
I had one last question, Mr. Mayor. This requires a 2/3 majority, am I correct?
No.
The public.
The 50%, is it 50%, correct?
Correct.
50% plus one.
Well,
Plus one.
my last comment, the worst thing you can do is give politicians a blank check. And that's what you're doing.
Are we ready to vote?
So I just want to make sure, going off of what the city manager stated, I make sure there's some clarity so we know how to move when we go have conversations with the business community. What I have heard is that the Berkeley model is a good model to look at, and it's okay if the rates are higher than the Berkeley model, but lower than what we are proposing right now, which is Oakland's proposed rate. Also looking at a progressive model, a progressive rate structure for the rental properties. Right now, what we have included is a flat rate for all rental units. Berkeley had a tiered one, and looking at those. So I think those are my two pieces that I just want to see if that is where council is at. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates,
No.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
I'm going to abstain. Hopefully next week I can get some more debate.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes with Vice Mayor Bates voting no and Councilmember Johnson abstaining.
Thank you for your time.
The next item is item K2. Receive a report on the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 adopted budget, overtime details, professional services details, and the Richmond Housing Authority budget.
Hello, it's me still. LaShonda White, Acting Deputy City Manager for Internal Services. Belinda Brown, the Finance Director, I will be presenting this presentation. Uh-oh. My apologies, I'm trying to share my screen. Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Brown.
Okay. Let's start with the agenda, LaShonda. Tonight, we're gonna just quickly go over the fiscal year 2021 adopted budget, a discussion over the overtime, professional services, and an overview of the Richmond Housing Authority. So the budget was adopted with placeholders to equal both for revenue and expenditures of $165.2 million. Of the $29.5 million deficit, 62% of the corrections were addressed by one-time fixes. At the June 30th council meeting, council removed the furlough options that we had in the budget that equated to just about $900,000. And that was to be replaced by reducing overtime That left the remaining gap of 2.1 million of union accommodations that were still needed at the time. Since that meeting, there was a special closed session meeting on July 2nd, where staff was directed to continue negotiating for the furloughs. So therefore, the overtime that had additionally been replaced with 900,000. That was put back on the books for negotiations with unions, hopefully for furloughs. So as the budget was adopted on June 30th, the original overtime budget was $7.4 million, broken down by the departments you see here. At the June 9th budget meeting, there was a $1 million reduction overall to overtime, and this is how it affected the departments. The last column reflects the June 30th decision to not request furloughs and to have that replaced by overtime. And so the third column shows where we stood as of June 30th. However, after the July 2nd meeting, that column was reversed and we're back at the 6.2 million for overtime. Council wanted information on the professional services, and there's an attachment in this budget that showed how all of the, by department, what professional service contracts are within each department. The professional services contracts is actually $8 million. Some of the bigger items listed here, such as animal control for $740,000, the security for the Civic Center and Point Malati, that's $500,000. For our auditing services, we pay $318,000. We give a contribution to our PAL for $300,000. And then there's some other contracts within the police department where you see the dollar amount here. You can refer to the attachment for the full amount. For the Richmond Housing Authority, the executive director, Nanette, already spoke about the budget, and there's a just under $1 million deficit for this current fiscal year. Already, we're showing as of June 30th, excuse me, as of May, we're showing $12.8 million that the Housing Authority owes to the city for expenditures that they aren't adequately receiving revenue for. With the $1 million deficit for this current fiscal year, we pretty much have a few options. We could either add that deficit to this chart, which means it increases their deficit on the back end, or council can decide, knowing that we do not receive enough money from HUD funding, to give a general fund subsidy. If council decides to do that, we would have to further reduce our budget deficit for the current fiscal year. We will be coming back to council in September to speak more to and about the options, and so that council can make a decision on how you want to handle the Housing Authority going forward from this current fiscal year until we complete the repositioning of the assets. Our next steps in September, back in break, we will be presenting our 5-year budget forecast for the city. We will also give you an update on fiscal year 1920, how that year is closing out, as well as updates for fiscal year, current fiscal year 21 budgets. We will also be submitting information on the months of July and August overtime report to see how departments are comparing or pairing up to the budgeted amounts, approved budget amounts for overtime. And then we'll also be discussing further and requesting direction on how to handle the Housing Authority's current deficit. That concludes the presentation for this evening.
Questions? Anybody have questions? I don't see any hands up. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, you're going to be bringing this back to us after we've approved the budget, and which means that we won't know how our decisions affect the budget until after we've made the decision, which is problematic to me. Can you tell me the 12 million that the Housing Authority owes the city? What are the possibilities of the city ever seeing that?
So finance staff will be working with the Housing Authority, mainly Nanette and Gabino and Sasha, to discuss the reposition of the assets, because we do expect to have some residual receipts from those transactions. We're not sure at this moment what that will be, but from whatever is received from there and from the sale of the properties that they have, we expect to recoup some of that money, but I don't foresee that we will have enough to cover everything. But at this point, I don't know yet.
Okay, and like the 2021 budget, do you see a deficit in that budget? And if so, how much?
Yeah, so the budget that just under $1 million deficit.
Right, and so the following year, is that deficit a continual structural deficit that's built into?
For the Housing Authority? Yeah, yes,
Yeah.
it is. We'll also be coming back with a 5-year forecast for the Housing Authority, so that will give you hopefully a better position.
Okay, so do you have plans for getting rid of that structural deficit so that we can, start looking towards a healthy budget?
Yes, and that's what we'll be discussing with you in a couple of months.
Okay, and all right, I'm looking forward to that, because we need to start figuring out how to put some dirt in the hole that has been dug for us. Oops. Yeah, so.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So, no, that's it for now.
Is there any direction you're looking for from the council, or is this just informational?
It was just information, just to receive an update.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could you put up the slide again, Ms. Brown, in reference to the total professional services? It listed 10 million, but I'm looking at the amount that is listed on my page of the budget. I can't calculate $10 million out of the top one is the animal control, and the bottom is shot spotter. I don't see $10 million in that. Where is the rest of the money going?
So these are just some of the top larger contracts that we have. You would have to refer to attachment 2 that was included.
Do you have that? Well, do you have that available on the screen? Because 7.5, that's only about 2 million what I see on the notable budget items, but I'm trying to figure out where the other $8 million is going.
If you give me a moment, I can pull up the attachment. I just need to shop.
Maybe the other councils, does the other council see it or know where it's at?
I just sent it to you, LaShonda. This is an attachment with the agenda report, and this shows it by department, what contracts each departments have.
Okay.
And the total actual professional service contracts come to 8 million. It's not 10 million, it's 8.
So what does that mean? It's 10 million, it's not 10 million, it's 8 million. Does that represent a $2 million decrease?
No, it's just in that category. When we showed it to you with the rolled up number, the number was higher because there are other things that are included in this category. But if you're just looking at professional service type contracts, the amount is 8 million, not 10.
Yeah, but that's deceiving, that's deceptive. If you say 10 million and I'm looking at it, I assume there's $10 million being expended. Now you tell me it's $8 million.
There are other things that's included within that category. So if LaShawna scrolls all the way down to the bottom of page 26, I think it is. You see the total of all of these particular contracts. It's just under 8 million.
I see a grand total of 7.9 million.
Right.
Well, where's the other 2 million?
It's not, they're not professional contracts. There are other categories in that roll-up number. You guys didn't like it rolled up, so
essentially, Vice Mayor, there was a typo on the PowerPoint. You all had asked for information about professional services contracts. And so that number the PowerPoint should have reflected $8 million.
Right.
And the finance director is correct that what we put on the PowerPoint were some of the largest single expenditures, and the attachment that they're trying to show you here, even though it's small and 26 pages, is what has all of the detail.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you. We'll look forward to hearing more about this in September. Let's move to the next item.
Thank you.
Next item is item K3, to receive a presentation from the police department regarding the current and projected status of police services administered by the department.
So this item is an outgrowth of the ad hoc police committee that turned out to be only the vice mayor and myself because nobody else wanted to do it. And but we took our charge seriously, and we worked with the police chief and other staff members, and agreed that that she would come back to us tonight and make a preliminary presentation about some of the models and considerations we might look at to make changes in our police department. And so she's gonna lead the presentation. I might also add that we're tentatively planning on having a town hall maybe sometime in mid to late August, and continue talking about some of these things. So we are making progress, and I hope you'll find this the chief's presentation. I hope you'll find it interesting. So with that, Chief, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. I'm Bisa French, the Police Chief for the Richmond Police Department. Tonight's presentation is a result of a recent conversation during the Mayor's ad hoc committee meeting to re-envision the police department. The purpose of this particular presentation is to provide a report of the police department staffing as it stands now due to budget cuts and other staffing challenges, and the impacts that the reductions in staffing has on services to the community. So as you may know, over the last few years, the police department has been challenged in our staffing levels across the department, but most notably for our sworn officers as well as dispatchers. Over the past 10 years, the police department has gone from having 301 employees to our current number of 217 employees. Over the last 5 years, we've lost numerous staff who left for opportunities to work at other departments. And in the last month of working to balance the budget, 34 positions within the police department alone were frozen. Next slide, please. So these incremental reductions created a situation in which staff were forced to work mandatory overtime just to meet minimum staffing requirements, so that when the community called 911, there was a person to answer the phones and officers to respond to the calls for service. This mandatory overtime caused fatigue, added stress to our staff and their families, and contributed to low morale issues within the department. To address our staffing issues, for our sworn staff, we underwent a department reorganization at the beginning of this year. We focused on our patrol deployment and made it a priority to meet the minimum staffing requirements mandated by department policy without having to use mandatory overtime on a daily basis. In order to do this, we had to suspend several units and reduce staffing in our investigations bureau. Additionally, we restructured our management responsibilities so that there was a more linear chain of command for accountability purposes. Rather than having 3 captains assigned to patrol with collateral responsibilities for other units, each of the 3 captains now have responsibility for each of the 3 bureaus within the department. To address the staffing for non-sworn employees, we focused a lot of our recruiting efforts on filling these positions and were able to fill many of the vacancies. Tonight, I have each of the 3 captains here to discuss the staffing in each of their bureaus and the impacts and reductions in that reductions in staffing have had to their units. I will start with Captain Tyrona in the Administrative Bureau. Captain Tyrona.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Louis Tyrona. I'm the captain over the Administrative Division. So if we can move to the next slide, please. Among the Administrative Division are 4 different sections: personnel and training, communications, records, property and evidence, and information technology. Next slide, please. In the personnel and training section, our responsibilities include recruiting and hiring, equipment purchasing and inventory, post-mandated audits and compliance, training for all of our department members, both sworn and professional staff. This is a continuous process and in many cases mandated by the state. The personnel assigned to this unit include 1 lieutenant, 1 sergeant, 2 officers, and under the umbrella of the personnel and training unit is our department temporary holding facility. The responsibility of that particular section includes 24-hour, 7-day-a-week coverage of our temporary jail, compliance with federal and state mandates, prisoner transportation, and the personnel assigned to that section include 1 officer and 6 jailers. Next slide, please. Our communication center is the second arm of the administrative division, better known as dispatch. They're usually the first entity contacted by our residents when seeking emergency services. Their responsibilities include 24-hour a day, 7-day-a-week call taking and dispatching for both police and fire services, as well as emergency medical dispatching. The personnel assigned to that section include 1 manager, 4 shift supervisors, and 13 dispatchers. Next slide. The next section is our records section and property and evidence unit. Our records section is responsible for 24-hour a day, 7-day-a-week record staffing and public service. They have to be in compliance with state and federal mandates for reporting and audits. They conduct sexual offender registrations, subpoena services, misdemeanor case preparation, and discovery requests. The personnel assigned to that section include 1 supervisor/manager, 9 record specialists, 1 court liaison officer. And under that umbrella is our property and evidence unit, who's responsible for maintaining property evidence, submission of evidence for testing, evidence chain of custody, and the personnel assigned to that section include 2 property technicians. Going back to the dispatch, I'm sorry, it does also include 1 call taker. So now we get into our final pillar of the administrative division, which is information technology. And their responsibilities include implementation, development, maintenance of our department's unique information technology needs. These include our specialized computer systems, our mobile data computers, CCTV and other programs, as well as being in compliance with state and federal mandates. The personnel assigned to this section include 1 supervisor, 2 network specialists, 1 systems administrator, and 1 CCTV specialist. Just in comparison, the next slide, please. In terms of staffing, among the personnel and training unit, we previously had 1 lieutenant, 1 sergeant, 2 officers, and 2 administrative aides. Currently, we don't have the 2 administrative aides, which actually makes it difficult at times because we have to rely on our sworn officers to conduct many of the duties that we previously assigned to these administrative aides. Our temporary holding facility used to be staffed with 8 jailers. In fact, I could remember being a newer officer and I think we had somewhere around 15. And currently we're down to 1 officer and 6 jailers. Communications has seen the largest decrease. 1 manager, 4 supervisors, and previously up to 21 dispatchers. That's decreased to 13 dispatchers and 1 call taker. And then our records and property and evidence section essentially diminished from a maximum of 11 record specialists down to 9, and from 3 property technicians down to 2. So as you can see, our services continue, but with resources dwindling. And just as a point of context, currently we're looking at a total of 29 potential employees who are eligible to retire. And by December of 2022, that number will be up to 59. So looking forward into the future, it's important to maintain and look towards the services that we as a department wish to provide to the community. So now I'll turn it over to Captain Wyatt.
Hello, I'm Captain Wyatt, and I oversee the Patrol Division and the Special Events Divisions that make up the Operations Bureau. Next slide. So this slide is a visualization that compares the city's population, number of calls for service, and number of officers in the Patrol Division. The first bar is population in thousands. The second bar is calls for service in thousands. And the third bar is the number of officers in the Patrol Division. The trend line shows how the number of officers have decreased in the past decade. Next slide. In the past decade, the city's population has increased by 4.7%, while our calls for service have remained steady, averaging about 102,000 calls per year. And the number of patrol officers during the same time have decreased by 25%. There are currently 61 officers assigned to the Patrol Division, and we improve our efficiency by using a data-driven approach to addressing crime through monthly crime meetings at the department level and weekly meetings at the division level. Officers are not only tasked with being first responders, they also have a responsibility to be community problem solvers. Next slide. This slide compares staffing levels in the Patrol Division from 2011 to 2020. Patrol captains were reduced from 3 to 1. Patrol lieutenants were reduced from 6 to 5. Patrol sergeants were reduced from 13 to 9. Patrol officers were reduced from 82 to 54. The bicycle officer program was eliminated and the officers were transferred to other areas of the department. Next slide. Officers are deployed 24/7 in 5 teams across 9 policing beats. Officers work 10-hour shifts on weekdays and 12.5-hour shifts on weekends. There are 13 officers per team. The 6th patrol team, which was the weekend swing shift team, was eliminated in order to reduce staffing levels in the department. Next slide. This slide shows what sets us apart from other agencies. In traditional agencies, an officer either makes an arrest, says it's not a police problem, or refers you to another agency. Our philosophy is to solve problems through collaborative partnerships with the community. We currently have 31 beat projects throughout the city to address drug houses, homelessness issues, noise complaints, abandoned cars, nuisance neighbors, speeding, drug dealing, loitering, sideshows, illegal parking, trespassing, health order violations, and abandoned buildings. Next slide. Our current challenges. The elimination of the patrol team has increased overtime for state mandated training because the swing shift team does not have an overlapping team that can work the streets while the other team is in training, which is what occurs with the other teams. The loss of our bicycle officers has reduced our agility in responding to crime hotspots. We've also experienced an increase in sick leave on the weekends, which may be indicative of officer burnout due to long work hours with no relief team. With the less overlap days means we have less quality of life projects that we can work on. Also, our high service demands with less officers means that we have less time to engage with the community. And lastly, our reduced staffing means that our longer response times occur during peak hours. And I'll turn it over to Captain Simmons.
Video. Well, because you already shared the screen. Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Sorry for that technical snafu there. My name is Timothy Simmons. I'm the captain of the Investigations Bureau, which consists of our criminal investigation section and our special investigation section. This first slide is just an overview look of the reduction by rank to show you in terms of percentages of where we've been on average between the years of 2011 and 2018 and where we are currently in 2020. In terms of senior management, we've stayed the same with one captain overseeing the Bureau. We've gone from 2 lieutenants down to 1, which is a 50% reduction. We've gone from 8 sergeants down to 7, 13% reduction. 41 detectives down to 26, which is a 40% reduction. Crime scene investigations detective, we've maintained 1, and we've had 1 code enforcement assigned to a regulatory unit, and now we've gone to none, with a total reduction in investigators from 55 to 36, or 30% reduction in detectives in the Bureau. This slide here is just an overview of the individual units within the investigation section to show you the reduction of the individual investigative units. Homicide, previously staffed at 9 detectives, is down to 5. Our robbery and assault unit, previously staffed at 6 detectives, is down to 4. Domestic and sexual assault unit, previously staffed at 8, is maintained at 8. Property crimes unit, previously staffed at 7, is now staffed at 5. Special investigations, and we'll get into what special investigations is later, was previously staffed at 17 detectives, down to 9. Regulatory was 4, down to 2. And the crime scene investigators maintains at 1. And again, these numbers are representative of the supervisors in the units and the detectives alike. Previously staffed 55 down to 36. Our homicide unit. Responsibilities of the homicide unit is to investigate all homicides, attempt homicides, and shootings. They are to process all homicide scenes, identify and collect all relevant evidence, maintain consistent and regular contact with victims' families, current victims, and previous victims, continue to investigate cold case homicides, maintain and review current information with the Contra Costa County Crime Lab, investigate officer-involved critical incidents, and investigate all assaults to sworn personnel. This unit is also on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days out of the year. Due to the reduced staffing in the homicide unit, we struggle to maintain cold case murder investigations with only 4 detectives to maintain in the current unit. Plus our existing open cases, it is difficult to reopen cold case investigations and revisit the homicides from years past. It's also difficult to maintain contact with victim families in the manner in which we would like to. We regularly receive phone calls from victims' families from years past, wondering what the status is of their investigation, wondering who the detective is assigned to their case. And oftentimes it's difficult to have these proactive continued relationships based on the reduced staffing. And then thirdly, there's a diminished team investigation approach. Best practices suggest that homicide detectives should work in teams. However, due to the current caseloads for each detective, personnel is oftentimes on their own to investigate an individual homicide as a primary detective. The robbery assault unit. Responsibilities of the robbery assault unit is to investigate all robberies, which include strong arm robberies, armed robberies, home invasion robberies, and carjackings. Additionally, they investigate all felonious assaults, assault with deadly weapons, assault, great bodily injury, and hate crimes. In addition to this, because of the staffing reduction, they also assist with homicide investigations when needed, which right now is almost on a regular basis. This unit is also on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days out of the year. The impact of reduced staffing to the robbery assault unit. Each robbery detective's caseload has increased significantly with a priority focus on in-custody cases. Just by way of a quick statistic, the robbery unit, on average, each detective holds a caseload of 81 felonious robberies that they're responsible for investigating on an annual basis. Another impact of reduced staffing is cold case investigations receive minimized or at times no attention at all. Investigative follow-up on non-in-custody cases are also minimized or investigative without those leads will only be followed up as time permits. Special operations designed to identify, interdict, and apprehend serial robbers or areas of hotspots receive little to no attention as we otherwise would have liked to focus on. The Property Crimes Unit. Responsibilities of the Property Crimes Unit is to investigate all property-related crimes, residential burglaries, commercial burglaries, felony vandalism, stolen vehicles, fraud, computer crimes, financial crimes, grand theft, and embezzlement. The impact of reduced staffing to our Property Crimes Unit, we no longer have a dedicated detective investigating computer-related crimes. We used to have a detective that sole responsibility was to address computer-related crimes, and we've since lost that detective. We no longer have a detective dedicated to investigating fraud or finance-related elder abuse. Fraud has been on the rise for some time now and is a major issue here in Richmond. And we used to have a detective whose job was dedicated to dealing with fraud cases, and now that's shared amongst the group. Cold case investigations receive minimized or at times no attention. Investigative follow-up on non-in-custody cases is minimized. By way of a statistic here, each detective is managing approximately 1,700 property cases on an annual basis. Priorities given to custodies with solid leads or significant investigative leads. As you can imagine, they have to pick and choose how much time they give to each property case given this caseload. Our Domestic and Sexual Violence Unit. Responsibilities to investigate all domestic violence incidents, investigate all sexual assaults, investigate all physical elder abuse incidents, investigate all human trafficking incidents, which includes pimping and pandering, victim rescue, prostitution, investigating crimes against children. They work directly with our victim advocates, and they're housed at the Family Justice Center. And this unit also is on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days out of the year. The impact to reduce staffing. Staffing this unit, fortunately, has been steady with minimal direct effect. However, based on the reduced staffing in the other investigative units, detectives from this unit are often called upon to assist with priority outside investigations that are not DVSU related. When this happens, there obviously is a backlog that begins to develop within the DVSU unit itself. Our Special Investigations Section, are commonly known as SIS. Their responsibilities are to conduct investigations associated with large-scale narcotic trafficking within the city. They conduct investigations to community complaint homes related to narcotic sales or usage, conduct operations to impact open-air narcotic sales in the community. They conduct investigations into criminal street gangs. They conduct investigations into possession of illegal firearms that are being carried within the city of Richmond. They work to prevent or reduce violence within the city of Richmond, which is actually their mission. They maintain connection and accountability with paroled persons in the city of Richmond to ensure parole compliance. They maintain a connection and accountability with probationers to ensure probation status and compliance. They maintain a connection and accountability for registered sex offenders to ensure that there's a registration compliance. And they investigate all illegal marijuana cultivation sites. And finally, they enforce city and state marijuana laws, alcohol and tobacco regulations, and health orders. This unit is also on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days out of the year. The impact of reduced staffing, this unit has been cut in half, or more than in half. There's little to no follow-up with paroled persons unless they come up on our radar in an active investigation. Little to no follow-up with probationers for the same reason. Little to no follow-up with registered sex offenders. We do ensure that they register at the onset, but in terms of following up on their registration, that does not happen the way we would like it to. There's a divided attention between firearms investigations, gang investigations, and narcotic investigations. The way the team works, they have to pick and choose which one of these types of investigations they focus on. There is an over-reliance on regional-based task force units to assist with reducing violence in the city. Although task force are a great tool and an asset to us, if we become accustomed to them doing the job we should be doing ourselves, there's oftentimes when we can't use the task force that we're at a loss. And we are currently at minimum staff to safely conduct surveillance and tactical operations, meaning the team has to operate together. They can't divide and conquer because there's just not enough bodies to safely conduct the operations. Chief, I'll hand it back to you.
All right, thank you. So there are a couple other areas that have been impacted that we haven't discussed. Another area is our CCTV program. Historically, we had retired officers monitoring the cameras and assisting officers as they responded to calls. Due to the retirement benefit issues, we were no longer able to use these retired employees, and we're in the process of revamping the program to hire civilian employees to monitor the cameras. However, due to the budget reductions, the program has been suspended until we're able to identify additional funding. This is important because illegal dumping is a huge problem throughout the city, and the cases that we were able to catch were because of our CCTV monitors. We're able to see them, catch them in real time, and be able to have officers respond in real time to catch these perpetrators. So the cameras will continue to record, but they will not be staffed and the information won't be used in real time, as I said before. Additionally, in our crime prevention unit, we lost a part-time employee who ran the text program with Stige Elementary School. The text program had been in effect for over 34 years and was a program to build relationships between young people and public safety through educational and recreational activities. So that's going to be a huge loss. I know that school's not in right now, but the program had been in effect for 34 years and had been very successful. In fact, you all, the mayor and the city council, recognize the students in the program for their reading efforts throughout the summer every year at a city council meeting. So we'll no longer have that program as long as the position is frozen. So additional future considerations and moving forward as a department, we are discussing how to provide the services that the community expects with the reduced amount of staffing that we have. We know that we can't continue to provide the same level of services, but we want to ensure that the needs of the community are being met. Some of the things we are considering in these conversations are discussions about community policing. We don't want to lose the momentum we've built over the years in our community policing efforts. So we're talking about how we remain engaged with our community in non-enforcement capacities, because that's where we were able to build our relationships and partnerships. So we're assessing what that engagement will look like, specifically community events and meetings. We had been sending an officer to all community neighborhood council meetings throughout the year. Some of these officers were coming in on overtime to attend these meetings because we wanted to make sure that an officer was available to attend. If they weren't coming on an overtime, we were depending on the officers that were on duty to attend these meetings. And if there was a call for service that officer had to go to, then the meeting was unattended. So we're moving more towards the model of the officers attending when they're able to while on duty. But of course, that's going to have an impact on the community as they've come to expect that an officer is going to be at their meetings. Same thing with community events. I know that there's city community events that we are always at. And there's also community events almost every weekend that, before COVID, of course, that we were asked to attend, and we would send officers because we knew that these events were crucial to having these non-enforcement interactions with our community. And so we'll have to figure out how we're still able to engage without being able to bring officers in on overtime. Timeframes for responses. So we actually have about a year ago, we implemented surveys that we send out to the community when they call for service. And a majority of the feedback we got overwhelmingly was positive. The negative feedback we received mostly was in response to our response times. People complained that it took us too long to get there, or we never responded, which probably would be that we responded hours later. And that's due to the fact that at any given time, as Captain YA referred to, we have 9 officers on duty throughout the city. So if they're tied up on a call, and a lot of calls call for more than one officer to respond to, then it's going to take us longer to respond to those other non-emergency calls. So we're also discussing and analyzing how we can better utilize our cadets and rangers and possibly add community service officers to respond to some of the calls that don't need an actual police response. This can include some non-injury traffic collisions, petty thefts, minor crimes, and possibly even some of the calls that the community is calling for other people to respond to besides law enforcement, like homeless issues. So in addition to this ad hoc committee, I'm aware of several different community groups working on recommendations to reimagine public safety. I'm also looking at different programs across the country, reading about best practices and participating in calls with various service providers. In fact, I'll be on a call on Thursday where we'll be getting a presentation by Cahoots, which is the model that's used up in, I believe, Oregon for mental health response. So we're doing our homework and researching a lot of these other models that are being used across the country to see if we can use them here in our city. We'll continue the discussion and exploration phase of addressing staffing challenges and reimagining policing here in our community. And we'll make sure that we include the community in these conversations before making any permanent changes. Next slide. So the other thing that I was asked to do was to address the 8 Can't Wait campaign. So during the time we started having nationwide protests in response to the George Floyd killing, many people emailed myself and many of you regarding the 8 Can't Wait campaign. The campaign is focused on 8 policies that Campaign Zero believes will reduce police violence. Many of our policies were already in line with the 8 Can't Wait campaign, even though the website indicated that we were only in compliance with 2 of the 8 policies. Over the past few weeks, we went over the recommendations, reviewed policies from other departments, consulted with use of force experts, and met and conferred with the Police Officers Association to add additional language that was more in line with the 8 Can't Wait recommendations. I'll quickly go over the changes in the language. So the first one is the ban on chokeholds. We had already banned the carotid restraint. We never referred to it as chokehold, but we added language that was specific to chokehold, which makes it clear that chokeholds are not allowed. The requiring of de-escalation, although we have fully embraced the de-escalation tactics and have been training de-escalation for years, language for de-escalation was not specific in our policy. So we've now added language that specifically requires de-escalation when immediate action is not required. Require warning before shooting. Our current policy had already met that requirement. To exhaust all alternatives before shooting, we added language that states that deadly force would be used as a last resort when reasonable alternatives have been exhausted or not feasible to protect the safety of the public or officers. A duty to intervene was already in our policy and met the standard. A ban at shooting at moving vehicles. We are still conferring on this item, but the suggested language will severely limit when this can occur. The require use of force continuum. This is the item that not just our department, but departments across the nation are not in compliance with and most likely will not be. The use of force continuum is an outdated model that has proven to be impractical and even dangerous when applied in real life situations. We follow the best practices of selecting the correct tool to overcome the resistance that we encounter. The required comprehensive reporting. We are conferring on this issue, but are looking to make a policy change mandating officers to report any intentional pointing of a firearm at a person by an officer, and that's what the language is calling for. So the changes I've mentioned are still in draft form. So we usually, when we're making a change to our policy, we send it to the CPRC, the Community Police Review Commission, for their input and before we solidify them in our policy manual. So that's the stage in changing these policies that we're in right now. So that concludes, next slide. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time, and we will take any questions you may have.
Are there any questions?
I don't have a question, Mr. Mayor, but I want to just echo your efforts and the city police chief and coming up with some guidelines. But I think more important, as we review the extensive operation of the police department, we begin to recognize that it's quite intensive and actually individuals who yell out defund the police department, we've already defunded the police department. We've lost a number of staff, as you witnessed with the reduction, and that we still continue to function. And my last comment is that Richmond is not Minneapolis. It is not Atlanta. It is not Chicago. We are a different city with different problems. And I think our police department is doing an admirable job in terms of trying to curtail the crime and be responsive to the community. And I'd like to thank Chief again for her presentation. And there's one other point that you didn't mention, Chief. It's mandatory that all of our officers in interacting with the public, cameras are to be on at all times. So that's a mandate that was cited, but it wasn't intentional, I'm sure. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for continuing this ad hoc committee, and we will continue to work to make Richmond a better city for all of our citizenry.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Are there other questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So first of all, thank you, Chief French, for the presentation and to everyone. I think there was a lot in there that was very meaty, and I appreciate sort of getting that information. I also want to thank the Chief for being open. I know this is the conversations that we're having right now around policing are not the easiest, but I appreciate you for having an open mind about it and really thinking creatively about it and trying to figure out how to put us in the best place in the long term. And I saw a lot of things in there that I'm interested in. And then I saw some things in there that I do think we're going to have to sort of wrap our heads around long term to figure out how we're going to support. But there were some things in there that I feel the opposite about. So I noticed that one of the slides mentioned that we are no longer, or we're not able to, we're having minimum ability to follow up with people on parole and probation. But I'm wondering what follow-up we would need to do with someone who's on parole or probation, because if they're following up with somebody, they'd be following up with their PO, right? Their parole officer or probation officer. So I'm wondering, what is it that we used to do that we're not doing now with those people?
Captain Simmons?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember, for that question. So there are often times where the PO will ask for additional follow-up, meaning their caseload is such where they can't touch base with everybody on a monthly basis, and they'll ask for the assistance from the local police department to reach out and connect. And if we have resources available, we will do that. We will reach out and connect. Or if there's a spike in something, we'll check with their local PO to see if that particular individual is in compliance with their parole. Have they checked in with their PO lately? Has there been a status change in them? And oftentimes, if we can't get that information from the PO, we would have that connection directly with them, and we're not able to do that follow-up in the same manner in which we otherwise would be able to. We used to have someone from parole actually stationed at the PD with us, and they've also since been taken out for budget cuts as well, for these very same reasons.
Well, that's good to know. And then I also wanted to again applaud and thank the Chief for that presentation around the 8 can't wait items, and for going forward and making the adjustments where necessary around those items. I remember when that sort of first happened immediately, when they said Richmond was only in compliance with 2, I kind of immediately knew that had to be wrong, because I know culturally, for example, on things like the chokeholds, that's just not our style. And, as you went through it, obviously there were aspects of it that, maybe the language required a little bit of updating, and it looks like you went forward and did that. And so I appreciate that, so that we can sort of remain where I think we have been on those things, which is ahead of the curve. So thank you for taking those actions as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just wanted to echo what Councilmember Myrick said. I mean, thank you, Chief, for the presentation. It's definitely a lot to take in and digest. And I just want to say, despite philosophical differences I've had on this conversation, I do definitely see the impact. And looking at some of that information, there's a lot to unpack in there and figure out creative solutions on how we move forward. Where I want to echo Councilmember Myrick is same thing when it comes to following up on those who are on parole. I think there's a longer conversation that we need to have over there in regards to that, and also just even in regards to substance abuse issues or different things around those areas. But yeah, no, I do appreciate the presentation. It was very enlightening just to know like what our department is going on. And as these conversations move forward around public safety, Richmond Police Department, and reimagining public safety, I'm interested to see like how we can be a model of creativity around these issues too. So all that's to say is thank you for the presentation and information.
Councilmember Martinez. Unmute. Unmute.
It's difficult working from a phone. Anyway, I also want to thank you for the presentation. I'm really impressed with the amount of work that you do with the staff that you have. You're actually, making a shoestring tie more than two shoes. But I guess I'm naive because every time that I saw a policeman at a city council or a neighborhood council meeting, I thought they were there on their own time, because community policing should be budget neutral. It's about attitude, it's about orientation. And I know as a elementary school teacher, I went to a lot of things without being reimbursed for it. And I did it because I was part of the community. I did it because I knew that in order to be an effective teacher, I needed to be there with the parents in their daily activities, as opposed to just being there when I was on the clock. So, I know that you're an advocate for community policing, and I'm sure that the department will start developing that kind of attitude, that kind of orientation, so that we can have a police department that will be exemplified and patterned after in other cities when we see the amazing things that we can do when our police, are real parts of our community. And I want to, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The cadet that was sent to my house when I reported my stolen car did a fantastic job. And I think using cadets in that way is great training for our future officers. So thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you. And a lot of times our officers are coming in on their own time to attend community events like National Night Out and Shop with a Cop, and there's different events. But as you can imagine, we have a big city and a really engaged community, and there are events every single weekend, and I just can't expect that my officers are going to come in every weekend or every weeknight to attend these meetings and events.
One quick question, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Willis.
Yeah, no, I was gonna ask if you have the information on you, like what's been the your closure rate for like in your like most recent year in cases.
So I don't have that information right in front of me. I can tell you that as of today, we've had 8 homicides this year.
I got the call.
Right, and actually half of them have been solved, which is a pretty good rate for us. I'd have to look at the other information and the closure rates, but As you can imagine, as Captain Simmons talked about, when you have 1,700 different property crimes and you have 5 detectives, there's just no way that we can actually put in the time and effort. If we actually had more detectives and time to put in more of the effort to locate suspects and do an actual investigation, we would have higher closure rates for some of our crimes. But we have 4 homicide detectives. We've had 8 homicides this year so far. They don't just investigate homicides, they investigate all the shootings across the city. So when you have 8 homicides and 30 plus shootings across the city for the year, and the year's only half over, you can imagine the amount of time that they're actually able to put into those investigations. And it's not a lot. If it was my loved one that was getting shot or killed here in the city, I would want a lot of resources put in that. And unfortunately, we just don't have the resources to commit. One of the biggest complaints we get is from families of deceased people across the city, the people that have died in our city, and they wonder, why hasn't a detective called me? What happened to my case? And I try to explain, we have 4 homicide detectives. We cannot, regularly contact the families of the victims. And it's really sad to say that, because they matter and we want them to know that their loved ones mattered. It's just an issue of resources.
Thank you. And just because of the information was here today, I mean, at your own personal convenience, like that additional information, could that be sent to the rest of the council eventually, just so we can have that for our records?
Sure.
Other questions?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, just on this point, the theme all over this nation is Black Lives Matter. And I'd like for the chief to just briefly articulate the kind of calls and the percentage of calls that are so much into the minority community as opposed to the Caucasian, that will reflect that much of the activity and the protection is toward Black Lives Matter in the African American and Latino and other minority communities.
So as I don't have the exact information in front of me, but I was asked to look into this information a couple meetings ago, and we looked at it by beat, and we found that most of our calls for service were in communities of color. I mean, the beat is the south side of Richmond, the Pullman townhouses, the Crescent Park, that area had a high call volume, as well as Beat 7, which is around the Civic Center, is a very diverse area, but it also had a high call volume. Those were mostly property crimes, whereas Beat 3 and the other more communities that are heavily populated by African Americans have more of the violent crime that we respond to.
Okay, well, thanks again for the presentation. I think it's a good start and the work that we have ahead of us, and I look forward to the next chapter.
We have one speaker.
So I think we're ready to move on. We're going to move back to our consent calendar.
We have one speaker on this item. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I have Ben Terrio on the line. Ben, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association, resident city of Richmond. As the chief highlighted, RPD has had numerous staffing reductions and de facto defunding over the past 5 years. During that time, all personnel, civilian and sworn, have been asked to do more with less. We've had numerous internal issues that have only been recently reset by the permanent placement of our police chief. Now we have the opportunity to move forward. Our shootings are up. We had another murder today, double shooting, 4 unlawful marijuana grows that I'll remind the council are robbing us of needed tax money. Overall, we've had 5 homicides in the month of July alone. Jail asked that we need a follow-up of parole and probation. Well, people like that are more likely to reoffend, and it's our job to ensure that Richmond residents are not re-victimized. That's our sworn duty. As for cops at the council meeting, Eduardo, that's your security that the council requested. So to see cops that are there in uniform, they're there as an agent of the city. Anyone else is there, they're there on their own time. In order to prevent crimes and provide justice to victims for these heinous crimes that I described, we must have resources to the job. One of the biggest myths out there is that the police do not prevent crime. What we prevent is incalculable. You have cops who take illegal guns off the street every day, intercede and protect victims of domestic and child abuse, and seek out justice for the victims of our city from prior cases, preventing further re-victimization in a plethora of criminal arenas. This is what we do for our residents who unfortunately become victims, and I would remind you reflect the minority-majority demographics of our community. There are several types of calls that can be shifted or adjusted to non-police or non-sworn response, and we've committed ourselves to these types of reforms. But the greatest fallacy is this concept where we'll somehow reduce the overall number of police officers the city requires and demands. As the chief described, we're working diligently to respond and change to the appropriate use of force for reforms that are quickly adopt and put Richmond back out in the forefront in this regard. I would like the council to be made aware that POA has also conducted several separate polls since mid-June. Residents who are registered to vote in our city, again, our city, not elsewhere, positively polled for robust police response in our polls, and having enough police officers being able to respond to crimes polled in the 60+ and 70+ % respectively. That's against defunding. So I hope you keep that tidbit in mind. Electoral consequences don't come from the ragtags and the historical hate the police no matter what groups that pop up here and comment. Some of them don't even live in our city, and they randomly call in and read from a sheet of paper that's been provided by aforementioned groups. It will not only be unfair and hypocritical of many who have stated their support for the chief, is that you, the elected city council, do not support the ability of the only Black female police chief in the state of California. And what I mean by that is if you do not provide the resources that allows our chief to be successful in our community policing model to thrive, a model that I will remind you, our model, Richmond's model, was celebrated and touted across this country. The community will blame elected officials.
Your time has expired. Thank you, Ben. That was my last call.
Okay, all right, now I think we're ready. Was that the last speaker?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we're now ready to move to H4.
We're moving to L1.
L1?
L1.
Where'd that come from?
In the back of the agenda.
Oh, yeah, that's a, okay, all right.
Item L1 is to introduce for first reading an ordinance to establish the wages and salaries and compensation for the classification specifications of police chief, assistant police chief, deputy city clerk, information technology manager, network system security officer, cable television manager, and police records and property manager, and approve a resolution amending the position classification plan to revise the classification title of assistant city clerk to deputy city clerk, and to add the new classification specifications of assistant police chief, information technology manager, network and system security officer, cable television manager, and police records and property manager.
Okay, staff report, please.
Hi, LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager for Internal Services. I am not sure what happened to our interim HR Director, Allison Picard, but I will have to take this presentation and present. So I'm just going to do that. I'm going to share my screen. And can everyone see my screen? All right. Yep. So what you have before you is definitely a long list of items that our interim HR director wanted to bring and our HR department wanted to bring before the city council for approval. As all of you are aware, the city council provided direction to city staff to remove differentials that were provided. City department or city staff, over 51 differentials were being offered up to department staff. And city staff has worked really hard to be able to reduce the number of differentials provided per city council's direction. Some were able to just be removed. Some we are still under negotiations with unions about, but there are a chunk, 16 differentials that we realized as staff needed to deserved reclassification for those positions that were receiving differentials. So there are differentials that were warranted because individuals were doing extra work outside of their classification. And to be able to fairly compensate our employees for the work that they are doing, and for us to understand and appreciate that work, and make sure that work continues as a service to our community, we thought it necessary to have reclassifications or new classifications created. So that is why we're bringing this to you. It really is to directly address what City Council has provided, has told us to do. So all the items are together in the recommended action. However, I will start from the beginning, sorry. So what we have been requested to do is separate them so that the City Council can vote on them separately. And so I will start with Police Chief and Assistant Police Chief. And unfortunately, I don't have all the background information, so I will do my best to answer questions and wait for Allison Picard to get back on, or any other HR staff. So salary surveys were done of comparable agencies around for police chief as well as assistant chief salaries. Those recommended salary ranges fell, and we shared this in previous staff presentations, because we were asked to bring this back before June 30th. We brought this to you. Council wasn't ready to act on it, asked us to bring it back in July, which is what we're doing now. The ranges for those positions were lower than other comparable communities. The reason why we're bringing both the assistant police chief and the police chief to council is it does address compaction issues. So there is compaction between the captains and assistant chief in terms of salary. So captains are able to receive a variety of incentive pays that somehow can place their salaries above an assistant chief. So someone who is directly reporting captains could be making less than the captains themselves. And then that there is a need then to deal with compaction for the police chief. As you see here, what we were providing in terms of salary for the assistant police chief is, and that was what now Chief French, congratulations, was serving in that role. There was a differential provided to adjust for that compaction, and then the additional differential as she was serving as the acting police chief. And then the current, the police chief that's still in our books was receiving a differential to also deal with that compaction. And some of these issues are actually longstanding, and we have needed to address them, but they have not been addressed. And so we're trying to make them right now. I did see Allison show back up. Allison, are you here? Okay, I'm just gonna keep going. I don't know what happened. City manager, if you want to chime in, by all means, you can do that.
Yeah, no, you're doing a fantastic job. I appreciate you pinch hitting. And I think we just want to point out on the chart that this is a savings. So that in terms of what we're paying now compared to what we're proposed to pay, it is a savings. And so I think we should just go through these a little bit more quickly, one by one, and show the impact. And then council can ask questions on each one after that.
Great. And also I just want to point out the last bullet point that this would remove the existing salary differential. The next one is a deputy city clerk position. This position was approved by the personnel board already. We did a salary survey, and the salary ranges that we are suggesting here fall within that survey. I'm sorry, the last bullet is incorrect. This is for another item, but this incorporates the deputy city clerk item, or the new classification incorporates the differential that the staff or the existing staff are receiving right now, and it builds it into the new base rate. So as you see, there is no budget impact, because what they're receiving with the differential is what they would be receiving at step 5 of this new classification.
And I believe it also changes our minimum requirements for this position so that they would have to have a notary certification.
Exactly. So it does include, incorporates the notary services as well as passport services into their duties.
Can I ask a question? Where can I find the compensation surveys that these are based on?
I would have to, look to see if they were attached as part of the agenda report. I don't remember. But I know we provided them previously when we brought.
They are. There's information. And Mayor, Allison was going to address, in terms of salary surveys and compensation studies, you always look at the ranges that usually you compare top step to top step. And I know that you had previously asked for some like exact salaries of what folks are getting. And that's information that comprehensively has been difficult to get with COVID and just not getting calls back from people.
Well, I mean, like the first one you showed, the police chief, you know, it says if you go back to that slide, it says you conducted a salary survey, I think.
Correct. And a salary survey compares steps that are published. It does not compare exact salaries. That is a traditional salary survey, compares the steps.
You can't get that information?
Allison has that information for this particular one. It has been very difficult to get, I know, because of trying to reach people who are not in the office. They're not returning. I know it has been difficult in many instances.
Well, I've asked for it about 5 times, and I'm very disappointed that you can't find that. I don't see how you can set a reasonable compensation for a position, particularly a high-paid position like the police chief, unless you have comparables. So I just don't understand it. But you guys are the experts, not me.
We do have comparables.
Allison is back.
I was in an internet twilight zone there. I apologize. It kept locking up and kicked me out. So it sounds like you're talking about the police chief's salary. And you'll recall on June 16th, when we brought this item to you independently, we did provide a salary survey of all the normal comparable agencies. And the current salary at 235 was second to the bottom of 14. And where we're putting it now, where we're recommending to put it now, would still be fifth to the bottom of 14. So
and the mayor is asking about actual salaries that are being paid to specific individuals as we
And while we're on that slide, I'm wondering why we need an assistant police chief. You know, I just looked up Concord. Concord's a bigger city than Richmond. They don't have an assistant police chief.
Well, I would defer to the chief on that, but every organization's structured differently. Sometimes they'll have 2 deputy chiefs instead of an assistant. There's various combinations of command structure based on individual needs. But I don't know if it's been said, and again, I apologize. The police chief that has been appointed, that employment offer was contingent on the salary being approved by council.
We did not.
So we went through this slide and we went through the next slide about the deputy city clerk. And so I think we're on, to the IT positions. Allison, do you want to try and pick it up from here?
Sure. These are positions that are all represented by Local 21. And as the staff report indicates, the department 15 years ago had 22 staff and they're now down to 13. And as you can imagine, support of various technology applications and equipment has exploded in that time frame. So the staff there have been doing a lot more with less. And it's a very specialized kind of work. So as new work has come along, staff have been absorbing it. And that's one of the reasons why these differentials have been provided as a short-term gap to what really should be a full analysis of their salary. So part of what I would have said globally at the beginning, as you know, there were 51 differentials you asked us to evaluate. Over half of them have been removed, but there are a number of them, about 16, that we're going to be recommending changes like this, where we see an ongoing need for the workload. And we're recommending that the differential be slid into base pay because the department does have and the city has a need for this work to continue.
I hate to interrupt you, but we're going to have a motion to extend the meeting. It's 11 o'clock, or at least 10.
Move to extend to 11:30.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay,
Joy.
Are there any objections? Jack, raise your hand. Is your hand up, Eduardo?
Yes, it is.
Anybody else object? Okay, let's proceed.
And forgive me, but I didn't hear, are you going to vote on these individually or are you going through the whole package?
We're going through the whole package. We just started, so this is the last one. And then you could go back and vote on them individually.
So IT was the last one.
No, this records, I'm on the police records.
Oh, sorry, I didn't look up. So this is one that had been requested by the chief. This area needs a lot of attention. It had previously been supervised by sworn command staff, which moving to a civilian structure is much less expensive. And again, this is critical work and we're not recommending that there be a salary increase. You'll see on the budget chart, it's a modest change of $60 and that's simply because trying to slide the position into an existing salary range was necessary. But overall, I'm not sure if LaShonda covered this, there is actually a reduction in cost if you were to approve all of these items because the differentials are not subject to PERS and moving them into base salary will make that difference PERSable. So there's a cost there of about $22,000 annually, but that is more than offset, almost doubled by the reduction in executive level salaries by almost $40,000. And I think it also needs to be said, because these were all related to compensation, they of course required negotiation with each of the units. So we did consult with the executive management group related to the chief and assistant chief, and SEIU related to the assistant city clerk positions, and with Local 21 for this position and the IT positions. And they've all indicated they support these changes.
So we're going to take each one of these and vote on them, each slide and vote on it individually.
If that's your pleasure.
Okay. Is there, well, first of all, I guess, are there any questions on this first slide?
I have a question on the entire process.
Okay, go ahead.
As I recall, when this differential pay was proposed, or at least finally came to light, because hardly any of us council members knew anything about differential pay. At first, it was an illegal action. It should never have occurred because the council never once approved any of those. So then, as I understand it, staff went back and took away the differentials for a lot of number of employees. And now this is a selected group that they're acquiescing and recommending that we proceed with the salary increase that reflect the illegal differential pay in the first place. Am I missing something? Or is that essentially what is going on?
Well, I would say we're not trying to implement anything that's illegal here. We're asking you to verify and specifically authorize, because that's what you requested. We eliminated the ones we could. So in some cases, the work was no longer happening. So those could very easily be removed. In other cases, we determined that the work could be done by other existing classifications. So we removed the differentials. In some places, we're saying we will stop the work and therefore we no longer have to pay you. But in these cases that are here tonight, we believe the work must continue for purposes of city business. So out of 51 differentials, there are 16 that we are making various recommendations, although the police chief and assistant chief, I wouldn't call in that same category. I think for those two salaries, it was intended to deal with that those salaries were lower than they should have been based on comparables. And for reasons I can't speculate, they weren't brought to council for formal adoption and a change to the base pay. The differential was seen as a short-term measure until that could be done. And so now we're trying to do that and have it officially approved.
All right.
So are there any other questions on slide 1?
So both positions are filled, correct?
No, the assistant chief is vacant because with the appointment of Chief French, that was her former position.
Well, no one responded yet in terms of why we need an assistant police chief.
Hello.
So there we go, Chief French. Yeah, so I've had a number of conversations with Chief French, and she believes that this is the best structure for our department in Richmond, and she can speak to more specifics on that.
So historically, we had 2 deputy chiefs. We did get rid of one of the deputy chiefs. We kind of merged those positions into an assistant chief to one assistant chief position about almost 5 years ago. And it's important to have this position to oversee what happens and to really do a lot of the policy work. We used to have an additional lieutenant that focused on policy work and worked with the assistant chief. We no longer have that policy lieutenant. And so I really need an assistant chief to help me with policy, just implementing new policies and doing the research to really develop the best practices and policies here for our department. I've been doing this alone for close to 11 months now, and it's unattainable to continue to do the level of work. Basically, through my weekend, I can't continue to do it. I need an assistant chief to help.
Okay, any other questions on this one? Is there a motion?
Well, we have one caller.
I'm sorry, okay, go ahead.
Just Wells.
Okay. I have Luis Padilla on the line. Luis, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, good evening, Luis Padilla, President, Richmond Firefighters, Local 188. I'm speaking in opposition to this item. It's been explained to me that this is not a salary increase. Local 188 does not see it that way. These are pay differentials that are pensionable, incentives that are being rolled into base pay. The city is in the bogus financial emergency or fiscal emergency that they're claiming. This does not make sense. Actually, it's offensive to the residents of the city and the 72 firefighters who are about to have their safety jeopardized. Thank you.
Thank you. No more callers.
Okay, do we have a motion on this one?
We have one comment that was received in support of this item.
Okay, I'm sorry, read that.
Well, it came in by 3 o'clock. So it's just a summary that we received one comment in support. Go right ahead. I'm done.
Okay, are we ready to vote on this one?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So I'm wondering if we need to do this one by one, or if this is just, I mean, I know we can do it one by one, and I hear staff saying that. And I think they're saying that to give us the option because they don't know, if we're, where we're going to be at on them. I understand what staff is saying. It sounds to me like this is how they're achieving what we told them to achieve in terms of eliminating the differentials, that this is a net savings in terms of this entire package. So I'm willing to go forward with all of them. But I don't know if the motion to do that would pass right now. And so I guess I'm wondering, I guess I feel like a more efficient way to go about it is if anybody on the council has specific ones on here they don't want to do, so we can know that, so we can make a motion to do the others and get that part done.
Well, why don't you try it?
All right, well, I'll make a motion for the full thing then. I'll make a motion to introduce the first reading, the ordinance, establish the wages, salaries, compensation for all the classifications listed.
I'll second that motion. I'll second it.
Second by Johnson. Any further comment?
I just want to make one comment. While I appreciate each one of the staff members, I don't know if some of you watch Bloomberg, I guess the financial analyst. The word is out that all cities are going to be in serious financial difficulties. And I would prefer that we delay this until we get some accurate assessment of the revenue that we're going to be receiving. For an example, sales taxes are going to be horrendously low as opposed to what is projected. Utility taxes are going to be low because people are not paying their utilities because they can't afford it, and the PG&E is allowing them to continue to receive the service without the payment. property tax is subject to be reduced according to the analysts. We don't know what kind of revenue we're going to get until maybe the next 3 months or so. And for us to go ahead and proceed at this point and going to find that we're going to be in a hole another few $1,000, I think is irresponsible. I would recommend that this be held over for about 3 months, get a complete idea of the physical revenue that we're going to receive. And then if it's good, then we can proceed. But to go ahead and start with these salaries, you know, and the whole idea was to cut out the differential, but all you've done is taken the differential and you've thrown it into the current base salary. That was not the intent. So that's why I will not vote for it at this time.
If that's a substitute motion, I second it.
Well, I'll make a substitute motion. We might as well vote it up or down.
No.
Then I second that.
Can staff just again explain how their savings reached in this?
Right, if you were to adopt all of these recommendations, it would be a net reduction in the budget of about $17,000, $18,000.
Yeah, but what you're not saying is that these differentials should never occurred in the first place.
But people are doing the work.
Vice Mayor Bates, if I could, I definitely, we have heard, you know, the concern in your statement about the fact that differentials were provided without the consent of City Council. And while that is true, they were provided and they have been in existence for a while. And as Interim Director Picard has stated, these are bargainable items for us to remove them. And so we've entered into negotiations and meet and confer with the bargaining units over these. And please correct me, Allison, if I'm not right, but if there is a decision not to approve these reclassifications tonight, it doesn't mean that the differentials that you're speaking of will go away tomorrow still. These would, I would assume we would still have to go back and have conversations, Allison, with the bargaining units over these same items.
Well, we would enter into negotiations again, but I mean, one option is we could say that it is always an option to remove the differential if we also reduce the work. If you take away the work to produce the differential, that's not something we have to bargain because the work that went along with it is no longer there. That would have some serious consequences to services in these departments, I would imagine. I'm most concerned about the appointment of the police chief because the employment offer was predicated and was contingent on the salary being specifically approved by council. First in the middle of June and now tonight, with that appointment supposedly effective August 1st.
So I appreciate that if we pass this, that our costs are actually going to go down. I appreciate that and I understand it. But on the other hand, you know, I serve on several regional boards and commissions. Some of them have a budget that's 2 or 3 times what Richmond has, and they all do detailed comp studies for salaries, and they share them with the board. And I haven't seen a comp study done in Richmond in the last year, and I'm not seeing it done now. I've asked for it at least 3 times. And I'm not going to vote for any of this until you guys get your act together and do some comp studies. You know, some of these people may not be paid enough. I mean, I appreciate the fact that we're going to save some money, but some of them we may be underpaying them. You know, we want to pay our people competitive salaries. It's not all about saving money. It's about attracting top-notch people and keeping them. That's as important as saving money.
Right. Well, Mr. Mayor, in each of these cases, a comp study was done, and that's referenced in the staff report and for police chief specifically.
I can't find it. I've been looking for it. If you can show me where it is. It's
not attached to your staff report tonight, but we do reference that a comp study was done and where it would have fallen out.
Well, if you don't show it to us, how are we supposed to know that? Okay, Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, I just wanted to also point out that part of our adopting our 2020 budget, Part of that was we eliminated $53,000 to go to a compensation study just to help close the gap. So so we're probably not going to see it for another year because we had discussions and eliminated that from the budget. For right now, I am going to hesitantly support Councilmember Myrick's motion. I'm seeing like what staff is saying, and I'm thinking about the reality of it. And the reality is we still have people that are working in these positions, providing these services. We have cut a lot from our budget so much that we couldn't even hire new people to fill in those positions, and who knows the impact on residents because of it. And if we're going to get a net savings out of this at the end of the day, we need to just move forward with this, because if we don't vote on this, you already heard staff say the differentials don't disappear. They still stay in place, and we're still going to have to deal with them, and they could get rid of them, but then we don't really have a swab on how that's going to impact services. So that's my contribution I want to put to this. But yeah, once again, we talked about it. We eliminated a compensation study this year out of our budget. So we don't even have it in the budget to do a comp study. And I appreciate staff for pulling whatever they could from the information out there.
Remember, the one we eliminated is one for every position in the city. This one is like for a half a dozen positions. You know, this is something somebody could do in a half a day. So let's
Yeah, it sounds like they said they did.
What?
They did.
They did not. Okay, let's vote on the substitute motion first.
Okay.
Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates.
Yes.
Wait, which motion is this?
This is the substitute.
The Bates motion.
Substitute motion.
Oh.
Vice Mayor Bates.
Yes.
Councilmember Choi.
No.
Councilmember Johnson.
No.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick.
Nope.
Councilmember Willis.
No.
And Mayor Butt.
No. Okay, now let's vote on the main motion.
Okay, the main motion. Vice Mayor Bates.
No.
Councilmember Choi.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yep.
Councilmember Martinez.
No.
Councilmember Myrick.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
No.
The young people win.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Bates.
Thank you for calling me young, Demley.
Councilmember Martinez and Mayor Butt voting no.
Thank you for your time.
So now that takes
Thank
us back to the consent
Item
calendar, right?
H4.
H4. Yes.
And right now it's 11:17.
And I hope you can make your staff report short. We spent more time talking about this than
I'd have to move that up closer to
the
you.
entire year. So let's be concise and get it
I'm
to a
told they
vote.
can't hear you sometimes.
Not turn it
Yeah,
into a project. Okay?
Item H4 is to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a contract directly to the lowest responsive bidder from a list of pre-qualified contractors for the sanitary sewer pipeline repair as listed on the 2018-19 risk assessment analysis cleanup proposal project listed in amount not to exceed $374,000.
Yara Bermudez, Public Works Director. Due to Veolia's failure to deliver the 2018, 2019, and 2019-2020 risk assessment analysis plans in accordance with the 2018 Baykeeper Settlement Agreement, the staff is recommending to cancel to authorize the city manager to award directly the makeup contract to the low bidder, the pre-qualified sewer contractor, to make the 2 miles requirements as per the 2018 Baykeeper Settlement Agreement.
And I should add, Mayor and council members, that we have done a rebid for the necessary work under this, this project. And the lowest responsive bidder, as previously, is Bayhawk. They come in for all of the work that needs to be done, some $67,000 lower than the next bidder. So the lowest responsive bidder for this project would be Bayhawk.
Okay, anybody have any questions? I don't
Well,
see them. Go ahead.
Am I muted? I think I'm not muted. Okay, so that means that the city will supervise the work and not Viola?
That is correct.
And Viola, therefore, we will not have to pay the 24% premium? Or was that included?
The 16.5% premium will not be included. We will do this ourselves, and we will have that savings that we will coop for overseeing these.
Okay.
These projects.
Well, who's gonna oversee it?
Public Works,
Who's gonna oversee it?
Public Works,
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Public Works
Okay.
Department.
Okay, are there other questions? I don't see any. Do we have any speakers? Madam Clerk, any speakers?
Yes, we have 3 callers, and we have 1 comment that came in before 3 o'clock today. And 2 comments in opposition of the item. And we have 3 callers, just for.
Okay, I have Garrett Dillon on the line. Garrett, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Garrett?
Okay, yes. Thank you. Yeah, this is Garrett Dillon, outside counsel for Veolia. We spoke about 3 weeks ago when the city staff submitted a similar recommendation for the same exact scope of work. As a preliminary matter, the city is contractually bound to use Veolia as its program manager for this type of work, and therefore adopting the resolution to contract directly with the lowest responsible bidder would be an anticipatory breach of contract, subjecting the city to various penalties. To the extent the city staff contends that Veolia's performance issues give it the right to contract directly, Veolia has been diligently working to correct any deficiencies in its performance such that there is no contractual right to self-perform. And regarding the comment that, this would help the city avoid paying Veolia's markup for the work, it's not really the city's choice or option to avoid paying a markup by deciding that it simply does not want to engage Veolia. There is a contractual obligation to use Veolia as a program manager for this work, and it's not the city's decision on a project-by-project basis to decide to sidestep that obligation. And so the resolution here is not about Veolia's performance on other projects or any other items or history between Veolia and the city. This is about the city trying to contract around Veolia for a new project, which 3 weeks ago, this council rejected. And also, I'll just point out the city and Veolia are scheduled for mediation in September, at which time the issues underlying the city staff's motivations here will be addressed. And from Veolia's perspective, there's no reason for the council to take the requested drastic action at this time. Thank you.
My next caller is Laura Pagano. Laura, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Laura Pagano, and I'm Veolia's Senior Project Manager at the Richmond site. I want to thank you for this opportunity to comment on the proposed resolution, and I urge you to vote no on it. As you know, when the same issue arose 3 weeks ago, city staff heavily emphasized a need to have this work done quickly by July 31st. That need, therefore, was justified them wanting to contract directly with Bayhawk. Yet, despite that proposed resolution being rejected by this council, city staff took no action to direct Veolia and WR4 to perform the work over the last 3 weeks, despite having a contract that says Veolia will manage the work and a low bidder already in the field with the means and the desire to get that work done on time. In addition, an existing contract with that low bidder would have allowed WR4 to perform that work expeditiously through a change order. And instead, here we are again, we're rehashing the same issue. Well, that work languishes and the deadline of this Friday is practically here. The argument made 3 weeks ago for wanting the work to be awarded to Bayhawk appears to have been disingenuous, and it is not any more valid today. Veolia still stands ready to proceed with the work as the program manager. There's no reason to proceed otherwise, and we do not think it's in the city's best interest take the drastic step of breaching the contract now, especially when Veolia is ready and has been ready to perform. Thank you.
My last caller is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. Good evening, council members. I pulled this item again this evening because there are still many concerns and new information that I am hoping this council will finally address. I've been a consistent voice advocating for our community on several issues, including for customers served by the RMSD and Veolia. Currently, many of us wonder if you are representing us or if you are representing Veolia. Based on a Public Record Act request, I found that the city sent Veolia a demand letter on July 2nd, 2008 that was based on a forensic audit and legal review of Veolia's contract. 13 claims were specifically outlined and are summarized completely in the email I sent earlier. In reviewing those claims, some are remarkably similar to those identified with this particular project, including but not limited to invoicing for and receiving payment for work not performed and failing to perform CCTV inspection. As per the demand letter, Veolia's errors and omissions caused the city over $11.6 million in breach of contract damages. Many of those breaches entitled the city to treble damages, meaning an additional $14.4 million, not including an additional $10,000 penalty for false claim. The city's demand letter ultimately called for Veolia to pay the city the sum of $26 million in settlement of those claims. Based on just this project, contract, and the resulting makeup work, it is clear that many of the same findings of alleged fraud that Veolia was found to have committed in 2008 are still happening 12 years later. Why? My questions before this council are, again, when was the last forensic audit done? And if it wasn't in the last year, then I respectfully request one is performed as soon as possible. Why are contractors who are alleged to have committed fraudulent activity or consistently underbid and then submit multiple change orders still on the pre-qualified contractor list? Why did you extend Veolia's contract to 5 more years through 2027 knowing all of this? Why are you not actively putting out an RFP to identify the new manager that will not rob its customers of the city blind? In closing, I am asking you, do you represent us or are you putting Veolia's interest over that of 67% of Richmond residents and businesses who are served by Veolia and pay taxes? Thank you.
And that was my last caller.
Okay, any further comment on this, or somebody want to make a motion?
I'd like to ask the legal counsel, either Aaron, Everett, to respond in terms of the legality of what we're about to vote on.
Well, first of all, I want to I'll have Aaron talk about the legality, but I did want to bring everybody's attention to the spreadsheet that was distributed this evening that shows that W.R. Ford's bid has gone up. And so that the delta between W.R. Ford and Bayhawk is $67,000. That's the $67,000 that we would have paid to Ford if we had gone the way Veolia had wanted us to go. So that's the reason why, again, the city is insisting that we go with this on our own and that Bayhawk be awarded this money, this contract, because they are the low bidder by some $67,000 in savings to the city. So I don't know if Erin's there, but she can go on to with regards to legalities of this. But essentially, we have a duty under our contract with Veolia to mitigate our damages. This $67,000 would be part of those damages, because obviously the bid that W.R. Ford had previously submitted was not accurate. It would require some change orders or some other type of some other dispensation. We have the low bidder that we've identified as Bayhawk. And that's the reason why the city is, again, the city staff is recommending that we go with Bayhawk and that we ourselves manage it.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna move staff's recommendation.
I have
time.
questions.
I'll just put the motion on the floor. I'm gonna move staff's recommendation.
Okay.
Do you want me to
We can still
speak?
have questions.
Is there a
I'll second it. Yep, Johnson.
Okay, I have a second from Johnson. I just have one quick question. My understanding last time we talked about this was that was that, that Bayhawk's bid was the high one and the other bid was non-responsive. Now you're telling me that you have an actual bid from WJ Ford and it's higher than Bayhawk?
Yes, let me answer that. Let me answer that question for you, Mr. Mayor, please. So as we reported at the last session, Veolia disregarded the manner in which we had requested them to bid the work at the first instance. So as I explained before, Veolia took a length of pipe and made it 14 feet as part of the standard for the bidding. So that ensured that Ford would have the lower bid. A 14-foot pipe is not required.
Hey, I don't need all that detail. I just want to know.
You asked the question, so I'm answering the
I
question
know,
of
but
why the bids are.
you don't need to make a project out of it. All I asked was that last time we were told that Ford's bid was not responsive, it was being thrown out. The only question I ask you is, do you now have a bid from them and it's actually higher?
Yes, we rebid, Mr. Mayor, we rebid the project on at least 11 of the lines. And on those 11 lines, Bayhawk came in as the lowest responsive bidder, just pure and simple. Ford's bid was $67,000 more than Bayhawk's bid. When you go apples to apples on the same lines.
I got the picture. Let's call the roll and vote. By the way, we're out of time, so we're gonna take a vote on this, and then if people want to keep continue to meet, we'll do that. So let's.
Well, I just wanted to say that I'm going to vote on this, but only because you actually did what you should have done last time. And if you had have done this last time, I would have voted for it. Hey, chill out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was muted.
No. Okay, so just out of curiosity, would Veolia indemnify the city if they did the work? Let's vote.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, now I need a motion to extend the meeting. We have one more item. We have item.
Yeah, I'll move we suspend the rules and extend the meeting to finish.
I'll second.
H8.
Okay, are there objections? Jeff, raise your hand. I don't see any. Let's take item H8 and move ahead.
Item H8. Sorry. H8 is to adopt a resolution declaring a fiscal emergency due to the city's longstanding structural budget imbalance and the financial impacts of the coronavirus pandemic. We do have one speaker for this item.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to handle that item, but does the speaker go first?
No.
Go ahead.
No. Okay. So council members, Allison Picard, interim HR director. This item relates to, as you're well aware, we have a serious structural imbalance as you've been dealing with for the last few months, made worse by COVID, and you've directed your staff to negotiate certain reductions with the various bargaining units. With the fire department, or excuse me, the local 188 group specifically, there's MOU language that requires a declaration of emergency in order for us to be able to engage in those discussions. And they are asking us to do that in order to be able to have further conversation. So with that, we would be happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions? Okay, call the speakers.
Right ahead, Joshua. Oh.
Can't understand you.
Can you guys hear me?
It sounds really distorted.
Is that the only speaker?
Yes.
And we can't hear him or her, right?
No, I have three speakers.
You have 3 speakers? So.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure what to do except just move on. Vice Mayor Bates, are you trying to say something? Unmute yourself, Vice Mayor.
Can we have this?
I'm sorry, point of order. I can. I don't, I think we should get the speakers on. I don't feel like it would be right nor legal to ignore the fact we have public speakers before.
I was gonna ask, can we get her another computer or another microphone or something?
Right.
I say go to the next speaker and maybe you can get connected with the first one later.
It's only one, right?
She said 3.
3, okay, all right, yeah.
But that doesn't solve the issue because it's her issue on her.
Right.
It's not the phone. It's not the phone that's the issue. It's
It's
the
just where
device, whatever
It's
device.
our IT system.
That's true.
She is coming. Give her a second. She's getting back online.
I have Luis Padilla on the line. Can you guys hear now? Okay, Luis, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, good evening, almost good morning. Luis Padilla, President, Richmond Firefighters Reporting Unit. Thank you, Councilmember Martinez, Mayor Butt, and Councilmember Willis for pulling this item. Let me start by saying your firefighters are willing to do their part. They're willing to answer the bell just like we always have, but there's a reason we've taken a hard position. Your firefighters banded together along with command staff to tell you we have a horrible fire chief, and nothing was done. The same fire chief has accosted 2 of my members and has a history of doing it to other employees, and nothing has been done. The city manager hasn't even responded to me in almost 2 months about it. We've asked for help because our dispatch center is broken. Nothing is done. Firefighters are suffering from PTSD, and all their claims are denied. We make you aware that the fire chief has failed to provide us with a critical incident stress management program, and once again, nothing is done. We make the city aware that they've been paying us unfairly with our FLSA claim, and instead of settling with your firefighters, you gave us the middle finger. Of course, we're going to hold our ground. Nobody is helping us. Members of this council have asked us to get involved with district election process, and we did it. Members of this council have asked us to provide assistance with the polls and revenue generation, and we did. We were the first to pay the OPEB, and we still don't know where that money is. You have over $15 million in reserves, and you have the audacity to claim a fiscal emergency to simply take advantage of our contract, because that is what the agenda report states, take advantage. This is extremely insulting. You claim you don't want cuts of service, but you're taking this action with the intention to do just that. By listening to the recommendations of a fire chief that only cares about his resume, you're going to put the residents and firefighters in danger. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Jermaine Gomez. Jermaine, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Jermaine Gomez, Vice President of Local 188 Richmond Firefighters. I've been with the Richmond Fire Department for 18 years. In short, definition of leadership, art of motivating a group of people to achieve a common goal. In a company, it means directing workers with a strategy to meet needs. I would be remiss if I did not point out tonight that our so-called chief, along with every one of you, has done or is going to do the complete opposite to our department by proposing the removal of our only fire truck, an instrumental piece of the puzzle to help save lives and property. Isn't that what our mission statement is about? And why? Because you feel that the overtime looks bad on the spreadsheet. It's simple math. The overtime is cheaper for any city than hiring a bunch of new employees. It's unfathomable and mind-boggling what you all are proposing. And for the quote-unquote leader of our department to sit by and feed into this and allow it to watch and transpire is beyond pathetic. I would suggest strongly to you, the city council members, to educate yourselves as to what we truly do. Learn quickly how a fire engine and a fire truck work together in harmony. A fully involved structured fire with lives are at stake versus your budget sheet versus what you think looks good on paper. Because if a loved one is in a fire, yourself, it is that fire will be, you will be wishing that fire truck will be from your local fire department. In conclusion, I ask a rhetorical question. How many of you have done a 24-hour ride-along? Honestly, trying to understand what we do and what we are up against. Don't handcuff us and make our decisions harder out in the streets. Educate yourself by asking the ones that do the job day in and day out. Don't be led by fabrications of a pursuit leader. Thank you.
Okay. My last caller is Tom Phelps. Tom, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Is that the first caller who got back in? Or?
My name is Tom Phelps, and
Sorry?
I'm a business agent for Local 188. We'll learn tonight which of you cares enough to keep our residents alive and in their unburned houses. We'll also see how much you value the lives of the women and men who proudly serve the city, risking our lives for the residents. You asked us back between 2013 and 14 to defer raises to help out the city, and we agreed. In return for that, we were given minimum staffing. You are now considering going back on your word. Not only did we defer raises, but shortly after, we were the first to agree to pay into our OPEB when the city asked us to. We agreed to put a year moratorium on the use of accrual of comp time, the use and accrual of comp time to help the city. Most recently, we were asked to show up to work every day and work through the COVID-19 pandemic, which we did and will continue to do. And now, in the middle of it, you are considering stabbing us in the back and cutting our staffing. Are any of you aware of what equipment and personnel even go to a first alarm structure fire? And are you aware that our call volume has increased 1,000 calls per year for the last 4 years? If you can't even answer those basic questions and are even considering voting for this, you should be embarrassed at how uninformed you are and what impacts it will have on the city. And with all housing developments in the city, in the Marina, 22nd, Nevin, Hilltop, and many others, the population is only going up. According to an NFPA study, the median range for firefighters per 1,000 people in cities larger than 25,000 is 0.87 to 1.32. We're dangerously below that already at 0.65 and dropping with each housing development. We shouldn't be here tonight talking about how we can decrease staffing. We should be talking about how we can add another company. The problem isn't fire department staffing. The problem is who's been running the city. And if you declare an emergency, that decision won't be confined to the walls of the council chambers and can have a negative impact on the city, possibly the bond rating. All we want is the ability to do our jobs that we love. Thank you.
That was my last speaker.
Okay, is there a motion?
I don't have a motion, but I'd like for the staff to articulate, not only for the council, but for the general public, exactly what this measure does.
Well, as I pointed out before, it's MOU language that Local 188 agreed to related to getting minimum staffing in the agreement, just like was explained. And that trigger was put in with a specific purpose so that when the city was in dire financial straits, as we know we are, you'd have an opportunity to revisit that decision. Other cities have done it, and you know, you can always meet with a group and reach resolution without making such a declaration, but the Fire Association told us they would not engage us unless we utilized that trigger. That's the only reason we're here tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there a motion? No motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the fiscal emergency. And just, again, staff just explained it, you know, we couldn't even have we can't even, well, staff explained why this is necessary. So I'll make a motion to approve a fiscal emergency. Yeah.
Is there a
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
You're muted.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes, but I also want to make sure on the record that we look into the issues of the dysfunction within the fire department because it keeps on getting brought up and I haven't really seen a resolution to it. So can we look into that? And the reason I'm voting yes is because I sincerely believe we are in a fiscal emergency without anything else influencing that.
I support that action as well.
Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, I think that brings us to the end of our regular agenda. Unless somebody's got a burning issue under item M, reports of officers, I think we'll move on. I have one adjournment report. I'd like to read. This is adjourn this meeting in memory of Zari Allen. Zari Allen was an 18-year-old young woman from Richmond who was a rising sophomore at Sacramento State University at the time of her death. Zari, who was a Richmond Promise Scholar, pursuing a degree in nursing, was shot and killed in a drive-by shooting in Sacramento on Monday, July 23rd. Zari was an innocent bystander in a senseless act of violence, and she will be missed by many. She will be remembered for her positivity, humorous personality, and smile that could light up a room. We send our deepest condolences to Zari's family and friends, including many Richmond Promise students who are grappling with the loss of a fellow scholar. A memorial fund has been set up for Zari and is accepting donations. If you wish to donate, contact the Oakland Police Athletics League and ask about the Zari Allen Fund. Anybody else? Thank you. Have a good evening. We are adjourned.
At 11:47.